Welcome. Welcome to the 20th Belgrade Economic Forum. Now, opening remarks will give us Mr. Simeon Tsomokos from Delphi Economic Forum. Simeon, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Jagoda. Dear conference participants, dear friends, on behalf of the Delphi Economic Forum and TGI, we welcome you all and each one of you to this virtual 20th Belgrade Economic Forum. It was actually in March 2001 when I met the late Prime Minister of the Republic of Yugoslavia, Zoran Djindjic, a truly charismatic leader with an undoubted vision of the political and economic course of Yugoslavia at the time. We discussed our thoughts about the organization of an economic conference, and he immediately encouraged us that we sponsor a major political, economic, and business event in Belgrade, which would discuss annually the political and economic landscape which emerged following the October 2000 developments. The concept was at the time that this event could possibly serve as a signal to Europe and the world of the fundamental changes and reforms that late Prime Minister Djindjic and his government envisioned for Serbia and the region. In May 2001, with his tenacious drive and support, we hosted the first Yugoslavian Economic Summit, to be renamed later following the withdrawal of Montenegro from the Federation into the Serbian Economic Summit, and now renamed again to Belgrade Economic Forum, thanks to President Vucic's strong will and vision that Belgrade hosts annually in the years to come a conference in the capital of the Republic of Serbia, which will be a landmark event for this part of Europe. We were hoping, of course, to host today's forum and commemorate the 20th anniversary in a totally different way. But priorities have changed due to this unprecedented health and economic crisis the world faces nowadays. We all pray and wish that we will get out of this pandemic soon. The news, thank God, are encouraging from the vaccine side, and therefore celebrations and festivities for this 20th anniversary can wait for a year. This conference for the first 10 years, 2001 to 2010, it served primarily as a main platform to promote the economic and business opportunities of the Republic of Serbia, and we like to think that it was indeed an important gathering for new international companies to enter the Serbian market, either as investors or as traders. These last few years, the forum has focused primarily in a fruitful dialogue for the geopolitical stabilization of the region, the possible accession of the Western Balkans into the European Union, and the reforms which are needed in the Republic of Serbia that will lead to the political and economic evolution of the country. I think this is the right moment to thank the 1,600 and more speakers from Serbia and abroad who have honored us with their presence and participation these last 20 conferences. Thanks also goes to the 25,000 and more conference participants who attended physically and this year virtually, of course, our events. We thank them all for the trust they bestowed upon us and encourage us to continue this important project. A word of special thanks to a few distinguished speakers who have honored the forum repeatedly, many times in the course of these previous 20 years. The Prime Minister, of course, of the Republic, Ms. Ana Brnabić, the Speaker of the Parliament, Ivica Dačić, who since 2009 is honoring us every year with his participation, regardless of the different duties he has served as a Prime Minister or as a Deputy Prime Minister and now Speaker of the House, Professor Dejan Soskic, Mr. Toplitsas Vasojevic, Dr. Milan Parivodic, and of course, Aca Vlahovic, who, if I recall well, he has participated in all 20 conferences since 2001. Many thanks to our sponsors this year, Visa, which is our grant sponsor these last few years, and again thanks to Eurobank and ROS, which they have sustained the organization of this event for many years. I trust we have built a quite interesting agenda for today and tomorrow, and I'm sure that all of you who will attend it virtually will enrich your knowledge on the latest developments in the region and Serbia. A word of many thanks to my colleague Marina Velkovic, who has worked hard for the supervision and implementation of the agenda of the forum. I pass the floor to Mr. Vladimir Djordjevic, Country Manager of Southeastern Europe Visa, for his introductory remarks. I'm sorry, and then we will have the pleasure and the honor to listen the opening discussion of the forum between Her Excellency the Prime Minister, Ms. Anna Brnabic, and the EU Commissioner for Neighborhood and Enlargement, Mr. Oliver Varhelyi. Thank you very much all for your attendance. Thank you. Mr. Georgievich, the floor is yours.
Hvala, gospodine Comokos. Uvažena premijerka, predstavnici vlada, vaše ekscelencije, predstavnici medija, dame i gospodo, uvaženi od strane lokalnih partnera, od strane vlade, od strane javnog i privatnog sektora. U rasponu samo nekoliko meseci imali smo prilike da vidimo da je pandemija ubrzala proces digitalizacije i digitalne transformacije i značajno su se uvećale bezkontaktne, bezgotovinske i online transakcije. Ovaj brzi prelazak na digitalnu ekonomiju je svakako učinio naše poslovanje značajnijim nego ikada pre. To nas još više podstiče da ulažemo napore kako bismo i dalje razvijali najsavremenija rešenja, a u saradnji sa svim partnerima koje smo pomenuli iz javnog i privatnog i neprofitnog sektora da omogućimo još veći stepen finansijske inkluzije i ekonomskog rasta i razvoja. Kako smo svedoci toga da se rad na inovacijama u oblasti finansijskih servisa i usluga pokazao kao izuzetno važan, mogu samo da napomenem da su bezkontaktno plaćanje i uopšte cashless plaćanje je poraslo samo za 6 meseci ove godine 40% u odnosu na celu prethodnu godinu. Isti rast se beleži po broju ukupnih transakcija izvršenih platnim karticama. To nam samo govori da je kultura bezgotovinskog plaćanja i širenje prihvatne mreže za realizaciju pomenutih transakcija na kojima smo radili godinama pokazalo zaista dobre rezultate. Takođe smo ponosni na posao koji smo uradili kako bismo podržali širom sveta i regiona i vlade i finansijske institucije i fintech kompanije, privredni sektor i potrošače da se suoče sa ovom novom normalnošću, ali još uvek je mnogo toga pred nama. Imajući u vidu da su mala i srednja preduzeća najviše pretrpela, ne samo u Srbiji i u regionu, nego globalno, to nam je i dalje jedan od najvećih prioriteta i sama pomoć ovim preduzećima na njihovom putu digitalne transformacije je na svima nama ovde prisutnima. Da biste stekli detaljniji uvid u ovu temu, sutra imamo panel diskusiju, to jest jednu diskusiju na ovu temu 20 godina razvijanja bezgotovinske ekonomije u ovom regionu i u Srbiji, tako da ćemo imati prilike da vam dočaramo malo više i bliže samim tim šta smo uradili i šta planiramo da uradimo. Vidjet ćete jasniju sliku o našim postignućima i zaista vam želim uspešan forum, uspešan summit i nadam se da ćemo imati dovoljno materijala da nakon ova 2 dana radimo i dalje i brže i bolje na celoj implementaciji svega što smo do sada radili. Hvala vam još jednom i želim vam uspešnu konferenciju. Hvala vam još jednom i želim vam uspešnu konferenciju.
Your Excellencies, Ms. Brnabic, Prime Minister of the Republic of Serbia, Mr. Oliver Varhelyi, EU Commissioner for Neighborhood and Enlargement, good afternoon. We thank you very much both for accepting an invitation to participate in an opening conversation of the 20th Belgrade Economic Forum, held this year in unprecedentedly challenging COVID-19 times. Organizers have placed the focus of this conversation on the EU enlargement, its internal dynamics and external forces possibly related to that process, and then on the question why EU membership still matters in the Western Balkans. Plan is to pose to two of you, our distinguished interlocutors, 3 questions each. And we admit that we would be more than delighted if during the course of this session, you would possibly feel inspired to engage in mutual discussion. Without a further delay, and if you both agree, I would like to start this dialogue by posing the first question to Ms. Ana Brnabić, Prime Minister of the Republic of Serbia. Ms. Brnabić, Your Excellency, how would you estimate internal dynamics of the EU-Serbia accession talks in 2020? And also, could we define an influence of so-called external forces along the process of this dialogue between Brussels and Belgrade?
Thank you very much for inviting me to participate in this important event. Unfortunately, we had to do it in this way, online, but hopefully in 2021 we will be able to see each other personally, physically at this conference. Now, this subject is extremely important for us. The EU integration process remains a strategic priority and key focus of our foreign policy. In the same way as you have said, I think European integration process is as important for the region as it is for Serbia, and we can see that through the effort of the entire region to speed up their accession process. I would also say, repeat, I've said this many times over, I think that European integration process is as important to the region as it is for the European Union, because I do not think, and I welcome all of such statements coming from Brussels. I do not think that Union as such will be whole and complete without Western Balkans being integrated into the Union. In that respect, I would really truly like to thank Commissioner Verhey for all of his work. Oliver, thank you very much for your work and your leadership. I would say brave leadership in pushing for the enlargement process within the Commission itself, and on the other hand, for pushing us to speed up our reforms and try and join the Union as soon as possible. Now, I think that if you ask me about the other players getting involved or influencing our accession process, I would honestly say that I do not see that happening. Even if there are some efforts to do such a thing, I think it's not important. It's almost irrelevant. We know why we want to be in the European Union, and what's extremely important for me to say today is that, at least for Serbia, there is no plan B, there is no option B. We want to be part of the European Union. We want to be part of the European Union because it's in our interest, because we share those standards, we share that value system. We are economically part of the Union already. Geographically and traditionally, we are part of the European family of nations. And whatever is internal decision of the EU as such, and the EU member states on the speed of accession and their willingness when they want to open possibilities for new membership, we are determined to continue on our European path. At the same time, I would also like to refer to the first question you've posed, and that's the dynamics of our accession. And to be very open and very honest, I would say certainly it's very challenging right now, and challenges are many. I think that the Union itself is facing its own challenges. The Union is discussing already for about 2 years about the internal reform, and is in between, the way I see it, is in between whether the internal reform will come first and the accession will then follow, whether those two processes are simultaneous, or whether the enlargement should be the key priority. And we are watching this space with huge interest, obviously. And now, just to conclude, I would say that, again, regardless of these challenges, Serbia is firmly on its European path. We will continue the reforms needed for us to join the European Union, simply because those are the reforms needed for our society to be stronger, to be more equitable, for our economy to continue growing and to be stronger, and finally, obviously, because of the rule of law and efficient and transparent public administration and overall quality of life of our citizens.
Sorry, this is a technical problem. Mr. Vaheli, I would like to pose to you the same question about your estimate of the internal dynamics of the EU-Serbia accession talks in 2020.
Well, first of all, let me thank you very much for this opportunity. Very much hope to be able to show up in Belgrade for this event, which is something of paramount importance, not only for the public, but also for all of us who are working for the European integration of the region. But anyhow, I think that what you have been seeing from this Commission, it's been almost a year by now, is an even stronger commitment, engagement, and delivery towards the Western Balkans, and in it, Serbia as well. We think that the region, which is surrounded by EU member states, has no other future than to become part of the European Union, then to become part of our markets, and then also to become part of the system of democracies. It is for that reason that we also feel very committed to the safety, security, and prosperity of the entire region. And this is why this Commission has been very active from the first day to put new life into our engagement towards the Western Balkans, but also to breathe new life into the whole enlargement process. So what I think is that it is a mutual interest to have the whole region, and maybe among the first, Serbia, to become part of our family of member states, because it has a lot to offer to Serbia. It has prosperity, it has the stability, it has the security element that can bring enormous potential for the people of Serbia, but also it has an enormous and long-term potential for the rest of the European Union by bringing in new life and also stabilizing further the region that we are surrounded.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vaheli. New life sounds so optimistic. If you would allow me, I would like us to move to the second question, which in this case is slightly different to our interlocutors. Ms. Brnabić, Serbia is expected to finalize its negotiation dialogue with the EU by the end of 2024, allowing it to join the EU in 2026. Now, how acceptable and realistic does that time frame seem to Serbia today?
Well, as the government, we can only influence our speed of accession and our speed of implementing reforms. We cannot obviously influence the speed of the decision of EU and EU member states when they will actually want to accept new members. The goal that we have set for us is to finalize all of the key reforms, all of the needed reforms by 2024 in order to be able to join the European Union in 2025. And as I said, although it's ambitious, it is achievable for us to do so. Obviously, this government, the new government, will be more than ever, I think, focusing on the rule of law and the reforms in the area of the rule of law, because in the other two key areas, which is the economy and the public administration reform, I think we have already achieved a lot, especially in the economy. If you look at our economic parameters, they are basically right now we have fulfilled, I think, everything in terms of the standards to join the EU tomorrow. In terms of the, for example, Maastricht criteria, public debt to GDP ratio, and so on and so forth. So the focus is going to be on the rule of law going forward. And at the end of the day, as I said, the government key goal is to implement reforms for us to have a European Serbia with all of the standards equal to that of the EU member country. Whether Serbia will become member, whether and when Serbia will become member of the European Union is really entirely up to the European Union itself. And at the end of the day, it will have to be a political decision, regardless of the reforms. I think reforms need to be implemented, and we will implement them because of the quality of life of our citizens. But at the end of the day, it will be a political decision. And we saw those kind of political decisions in the past, in the case of Romania and Bulgaria and Croatia and some other countries. And I think that compared to those countries, Serbia is nowadays better suited and more ready to become member of the EU than when those countries became members of the EU at that time.
Thank you, Ms. Brnabić. Now, Mr. Varhelyi, could I continue with the question, taking the words from Ms. Brnabić? The key word sounded political decision. Now, could you please try to depict to us your political relations between EU and Serbia nowadays in the light of accession talks, please?
Well, as I explained at the beginning, maybe in more broader terms, we are providing now everything for those most advanced in the accession negotiations to be able to achieve membership as fast as they can. Of course, I see the particular case of Serbia as a major opportunity. We have a new government who took office, a new government, which I was happy to see is devoted to the two main challenges that are challenges also in front of EU accession. First, on reforms and delivering on areas. I'm very happy that we share the priorities with the government. I was very happy to hear the Prime Minister confirming main areas where we need delivery, quick delivery. And with such a broad parliamentary majority, I do hope that this can be done very soon, namely the rule of law and media freedom. On the other hand, we also put in place an economic plan seen never before to speed up also the economic recovery. So to be able to deliver on the economic criteria, which is to be able to resist the market pressures within the internal market. So on our side, we're putting forward everything necessary. And I'm very pleased to see that there's a unique opportunity also by the fact that this government is also tasked to deliver on the Belgrade-Pristina dialogue, which is the other major element to be delivered before EU accession can take place. And on our side, I also take very good note of what the Prime Minister just announced, that they are ready to deliver on all the reforms until 2024. So I should be working that we are also ready on our side to close the accession negotiations once the reforms are there. Everything that we do will have to be based on delivery, will have to be based on objective criteria that we apply across the board to all member states or to all candidate countries who are negotiating. But of course, it is very important who is able to achieve this faster and who is able to achieve it in a way that is tangible, that is long-term, and that is capable of stabilizing the region. And I see very good uptake already in the region towards that, also from self-made proposals like we have seen with the mini Schengen idea, which is now confirmed by all the leaders of the Balkans in the Sofia summit, which is now called the Common Regional Market. It is actually even more than what was foreseen under the mini Schengen initiative. These are exactly the signs that confirm also to our member states the true commitment of the region to achieve membership. So to conclude on this question, I would say these are the kind of commitments, but also the delivery that can make a change. And we have now a unique opportunity to make it happen. On our side, we are ready to work for that.
Thank you very much, Mr. Varhelyi. So a new life kind of have a visible start, let's say in 2024. So let's move to the final question, like in ice skating, the official part. Going back to Ms. Brnabić. Ms. Brnabić, in what ways, it might sound like repeating what was already said, it's about 4 years from now, and the organizers placed the question why EU membership still matters in the Western Balkans. Now, could you please give us an insight? Why does EU membership matter to Serbia now? We have about 4 years in front of us. Thank you.
Sure. Well, I will say something that I say always when I speak about the European Union, regardless of any and all criticism that one can have about the European Union, especially faced with challenges of today, and there are many, COVID-19 and solidarity versus country-wide approach, and the efficiency at which the Union has responded to such challenges. And obviously, I mean, if you want to criticize, you can find all kinds of things to criticize. But one thing is for sure, that is that European Union, if you ask me, is first and foremost always been and still today is a peace project. And in that respect, it's the most successful project in the history of the mankind. The European Union has brought over 7 decades of peace on the European continent that the continent has never seen in the past, never seen before. And with peace, it brought prosperity and better quality of life and stability and all of the additional things that peace always brings. And so, as part of that peace project, I think Western Balkans is seeking the membership of the European Union to ensure a long-term peace here in this troubled region as well. The membership in the European Union will enable us to put past behind and look and achieve prosperity within the realm of a bigger European family of nations, borderless as such, with freedoms of exchange of ideas and people and goods and services, and basically unlimited access to one another. And I think that's the prosperity that we are looking for, and that's as part of the European Union project.
Thank you very much, Ms. Brnabić. Mr. Vaheli, the final question to you would be directed more to the future. Could you please tell us what Serbia's membership sometime in future for now would matter to EU, and if I may add, to EU, which seems to be passing through some very profound dilemmas and internal challenges? Thank you.
Well, what could Serbian membership bring to the European Union? I think I have already explained to some extent. It could bring a very important part of European culture and history into the European Union. It can also ensure long-term prosperity and stability in the region. And it can also bring us an additional 8 million people who are committed to our common objectives, our common principles. It is always very important to have friends and allies possible. And it is that we know we can plan long term. Why for the EU this is a priority, and not to mention that it's been very limited in history that we have seen a Balkan that is stable, that is prosperous, and that is safe. And this is a historic opportunity to achieve this and put that history behind us. On the other hand, it could also mean that we will have one big region where we can travel unhindered, where we can trade unhindered, where we have goods and services moving around, investments made possible, and that could open up enormous possibilities also for the people of the Balkan to live a fuller European life in the future.
I would like to thank you, Mr. Vaheli. I would like to thank you, Ms. Brnabić, for this enlightening conversation. Bringing it to the close, I believe that we could assume that both EU and Serbia are very much hoping that by the middle of this decade, we could be witnessing a unified Europe, not only EU, but Europe unified in a union comprising what is now part of it and now the Western Balkans countries. I thank you both. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the possibility.
Thank you.
Welcome again. Now I would like to give the floor for the opening statement to Ms. Jadranka Joksimović, Minister of European Integration of Serbia. Minister Joksimović, the floor is yours.
Hvala najlepše, poštovanje svim mojim dragim sagovornicima i naravno organizatoru i naravno poruka na početku organizatoru da je odabrao dobru i kvalifikovanu temu sa, čini mi se, zaista kvalifikovanim sagovornicima i da je ovo zaista pravo vreme da govorimo o onome šta su strateška predviđanja i da se Srbija na aktivan način uključuje u jedan novi proces u koji je, čini mi se, Evropska unija već duboko zagazila, a to jeste strateško predviđanje i kreiranje one vrste politika, dakle, koje su okrenute ka budućnosti i, dakle, promenama koje svakako na fleksibilan i, rekli bismo, socijalno pravedan način, kako ih je i sama Evropska unija definisala u svojim strateškim prioritetima, dakle, nova Evropska komisija i predsjednica Ursula von der Leyen još u 2019. Dakle, kroz održive, socijalno pravedne i fleksibilne modele koji moraju da budu okrenuti ka dobrobiti ekonomije, dobrobiti građana, odnosno ekonomije dobrobiti za građane i uopšte ukupnu održivost. Ako me pitate na početku kako vidim Evropsku uniju i kako je vidim nakon, dakle, pandemija je još uvek u toku i kako je predviđamo, dakle, u onom trenutku kada se izađe iz ove situacije koja će naravno još dosta dugo trajati, mislim da se Evropska unija, a i sam evropski kontinent, pa i mi koji smo kandidati za članstvo i koji smo evropljani, iako još uvek nismo u Evropskoj uniji, mislim da smo se pokazali sposobni i održivi, ali samo zato što smo otporni. A ta otpornost se pokazala kroz usvajanje novih politika, upravo ovoga o čemu sam prethodno govorila, okrenutih ka budućnosti, dakle, uviđenja da su fleksibilnost i novi modeli put bez koga se ne može promeniti, dakle, ili krenuti dalje, jer očigledno je da business as usual više nije održiv i da se zaista drugačije i drugojačije politike moraju kreirati. U tom smislu ja sam zaista od samog početka donošenja novih 6 strateških pravaca Evropske unije koji su i definisani u decembru, dakle u novom mandatu Evropske komisije, prepoznala kao zaista strateški predviđajuće, ne zbog neke kristalne kugle koje odavno niko više, pa ni oni koji se bave time ne koriste, već upravo zbog onoga što jeste puno postizanje održivosti i socijalno pravedne tranzicije u onome što jesu novi modeli donošenja ukupnog rasta i održivosti. U tom smislu, jedna od važnih stvari, kao što i jeste uključena, čini mi se, jasno kao jedan od strateških prioriteta Evropske unije, digitalizacija i zelena transformacija ili zelena i plava Evropa, jesu zapravo nova ekonomska politika koja trebalo bi da dovede do ponovnog ekonomskog rasta, ali koja može da dovede i trebalo bi da dovede do samoobnovljivosti, dakle, uopšte životne sredine i onoga što nam je dato kao onima koji žive na evropskom kontinentu, ali i ne samo naravno na evropskom, ovo je globalno pitanje, pa prema tome i odgovori svakako jesu globalni. U tom smislu zaista mislim da se i Srbija kao zemlja koja je, dakle, kandidat za članstvo i koja je u pristupnom procesu na vreme i uočila i prepoznala i podržala aktivno, dakle, sve ove nove trase, dakle, strateške trase koje su zacrtane u novom mandatu Evropske komisije, a koje su se, nažalost, poklopile sa ovakvom krizom, kao što kažemo svi već uobičajeno, bez presedana. Ja ne bih rekla da je to zdravstvena kriza, mi smo ušli u ono što se zove anis horribilis, dakle, zaista ljudska kriza koja nas je sve zadesila i za koje su neophodni potpuno specifični, novi i, kao što što sam rekla, kvalitativno drugačiji instrumenti. Srbija je to prepoznala kroz više pravaca. Neke od tih stvari su pomenute i u godišnjem izveštaju o napretku Evropske komisije, koji je puno dobio pažnje zarad negativnih nekih ocena u pojedinim oblastima, ali nepravedno zanemareno ono što je jako dobro prepoznato kao uzglobljavanje Srbije u tu vrstu novih pravaca politike i ekonomske politike, ne samo ekonomske i monetarne u užem smislu, već i prepoznavanja elementa povezivanja, dakle tog connectivity elementa, zelene agende i svega onoga što zaista je pitanje bez kojeg ne možemo ni da govorimo o našoj održivoj ekonomiji. To je vrlo dobro ocenjeno u izveštaju o napretku Evropske komisije, uz naravno sve one pozive o kojima smo govorili za ubrzanje reformi u oblasti vladavine prava, jer cilj jeste da Evropska unija, pa samim tim sutra i Srbija, ali i sve države na evropskom kontinentu pokažu da su sposobne da zaštite, ne samo da brane i štite građane u standardnom smislu te reči, već da obezbede održivo snabdevanje i održiv život za sve naše građane time što ćemo između ostalog učiniti sve neophodno ne ugrožavajući vladavinu prava i ne ugrožavajući temeljne evropske vrednosti. To je takođe jedan od strateških osnovnih ciljeva i mislim da naravno pozivi na to pojačanje tog procesa i da kažem snažniji rad na toj vrsti reformi je naravno prepoznat i mislim da i ova vlada suštinskom opredeljenošću kao reformska vlada koja se opredelila za ubrzaniji evropski put, mislim da koincidira i sa ovim reformama i strateškim pravcima evropske politike. Sa druge strane, sama pandemija i dakle kriza izazvana COVID-19, kao što sam rekla, mislim da je pre svega ljudska kriza koja je između ostalog snažno decenijama, možda i duže podupirana neodrživim društvenim modelima i ponašanjima i to je sada već uočeno čak i kod onih najzagorljivijih zagovornika status quo, znači ne može više onako kako se do sad radilo. Međutim, mislim da situacija koja je prolongirana i koja se neće završiti čak ni pronalaženjem već na vidiku delotvorne vakcine, jer nećemo biti sigurni sve dok najveći deo ljudskog roda ili stanovnika na planeti ne bude vakcinisan i dok se ne postigne ta imunizacija. Tako da godine koje slede zaista traže velika ulaganja, velike napore, izazove, ali i pre svega zajedničku saradnju i solidarnost, a mislim da je to i Evropska unija tokom COVID, početka, na samom početku, posle jednog malog možda nesnalaženja, zaista pokazala veliku i međusobnu solidarnost i solidarnost prema nama sa takozvanog Zapadnog Balkana, a mislim i da smo se mi na potpuno identičan način uključili u taj model i koncept. Takođe, još i na kraju, ne bih dužila, ima puno govornika koji verovatno imaju da zaista značajne stvari nam i kažu i prikažu kako Evropska unija planira i kako vidi sebe, kako izašlo iz ove krize, ali mislim da i inicijativa koju smo i mi imali, posebno predsednik Vučić, ali naravno i cela vlada koja je podržala inicijative mini Šengena, upravo idu u korak i idu u koštac sa ovim trendovima ili mega trendovima koji se odvijaju i u samoj Evropskoj uniji i da smo zaista uložili puno u povezivanje, u bolje odnose, u rast ekonomije, u ono što će na kraju krajeva i biti najveći domet ekonomskog investicionog plana za Zapadni Balkan, dakle povezivanje koje je okrenuto ka rastu, novim radnim mestima, ali pre svega i ekonomiji zasnovanoj na znanju, inovacijama, digitalizaciji, zelenoj agendi. To su načini na koji ćemo ostvariti novi rast i to je nova ekonomska politika koja je bila i pre, čini mi se, COVID krize projektovana, ali koja je sa COVID krizom i pandemijom dobila svoj puni smisao i puni značaj. Srbija ostaje snažno posvećena evropskom putu, svim reformama, naravno prioriteti se malo presložnjavaju jer situacija je trenutno takva da su zaista zdravlje zdravlje ljudi na prvom mestu, ali to ni na koji način ne umanjuje sve druge reformske procese koje smo započeli i koje želimo zajedno i u korak sa Evropskom unijom i našim partnerima iz regiona da učinimo za naše građane i za građane cele Evropske unije, dakle svih nas, ne samo Evropske unije, svih nas u Evropi, Evropljana, održivu, odgovornu, sposobnu i kompetentnu Evropu.
Well, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. My name is Ivan Vujacic. I'm the moderator of this panel. Thank you, Mr. Vuksimovic, for your statement. I hear that we have problems with the translations from Serbian, but that's up to the organizers. I can't do anything about that. So we're going to proceed in English. And I'm glad to introduce my panelists. Obviously, Minister Joksimovic first, the Minister of Serbian Government of the Republic of Serbia for European Integration. Then His Excellency Ambassador Sam Fabrizi, who is the head of the delegation of the European Union in Serbia, in Belgrade, and Ambassador Thomas Schibb, who is Ambassador of Germany, which is, among other things, has the presidency of the European Union right now, and Thomas Wieser, who is a resident fellow of the Bruegel Institute, the famous institute in Brussels, and the former head of the European Working Group, whose paper I have read recently. And I hope we're going to have a good and interesting discussion. So, without further ado, let me just make a few comments. First, I think we want to break this down into three possible topics, all of which are interrelated. The first one is obviously, what did we find out about the European Union in the COVID crisis? Secondly, is Europe seeing itself now more broadly as a geopolitical entity? A few things I will say about when we get to that subject, but they're all intertwined. And then finally, how does this affect the enlargement process? How all these changes, potential changes of how the European Union works is going to affect the enlargement process, given the new methodology and some of the things that have come up in the meantime. So to start off, let me give a few comments, and I'm really interested in hearing from you, because we really have an unusual situation. Unfortunately, the situation is getting worse. For a while, it was getting better. Things are getting worse, and this also puts an extra stress on some of the measures and some of the ideas that have been floated about how to combat this crisis. Now, first of all, let me start off by saying, well, the first reaction, the way I saw it, and you can correct me, obviously, if I'm wrong, is the fact that in the beginning, it kind of the European Union looked like it was dissolving in some of its own principles. For example, there was the reaction that we're all going to take care of our own, going back to the nation state. The Italians were very upset about this, with I would say due reason. This kind of shifted later, and then there would be no Schengen all of a sudden. We'd get the borders again, and then things started changing a little bit as we went along. So first there was this big reversion to the European Union, the way it was before the European Union. And then we had sort of the comeback, and then we had some further things going forward. The major thing going forward was obviously the budget. But aside of the 7-year-old budget, we had the first time an agreement on the recovery fund of 750 billion euros that the European Commission would take on as debt, as independent debt, and 500 billion of those would be grants, and then 250 billion would be loans. There was some hassle about that. The Dutch put up some resistance, but eventually the major news in that was that Germany came aboard, who was one of the countries that was strong on not sharing debt with others. Obviously, this is not a total fiscal reform. There is no fiscal side of the European Union, or or is it one coming up? But it's still a new development. We've seen this, and we've seen some other things. But how do you? And I'm going to ask you this: how are you going to see this forward? Because today, when I opened the New York Times, the editorial board of the New York Times had an editorial in which it said that there was a crisis, as we know, of this budget that is supposed to bring us recovery. The crisis stemming from Poland and Hungary threatening to veto in their own way, not to support this budget. And among other things, Slovenia sort of coming up and backing them up somewhat. So given that all of this has been achieved, how do you see some of these? It looks like a big hurdle, and everybody's sort of looking towards Germany as the presidency of this to break this deadlock and to see how these things will move on. So the New York Times editorial board was saying Europe should not give in on its basic values and rule of law and things of that nature. But this is a very, very acute problem because it's today's problem. So I would like you to give your views of how this the crisis developed, what it tells us about the European Union, and where do we move on from here. So without further ado, first, I always do this when I'm on the panel. I give the floor to Sam Fabrizi, the ambassador and the head of the delegation of the European Union, who I call the highest common denominator of the European Union. So Ambassador Fabrizi, the floor is yours.
Well, thank you very much, and good afternoon to to all of you. Is despite the distance, the virtuality of this connection, is always a pleasure to be with you with the Belgrade Economic Forum, and always participate in interesting and challenging debate. But basically, if I understood your first question. So what we have learned about the EU in this COVID crisis, I would say that we have been seeing a number of long-term forces coming to play, and also landing on a number of, I would say, difficult, sometimes weakness of the system. So if I look a little bit more on the wider scene, I see that certainly a continuous, on the external side, I would say from the EU side, and progressive erosion of the multilateral base system. We see also an fragility of the trade system with renewed protectionism. We see the fragility of the value chain. We saw a return of geopolitics also in this pandemic, but also we saw also some other forces that can be also of a positive. So a great push for digitalization. Never would have expected such a strong push because of pandemic. On the internal side, I would say within the EU, we saw the need. You mentioned. The difficulties, I would say, really at the beginning, the realism and the solidarity kick in quite soon. We saw again the need for the member state of the EU to act together, to stay together, but also at the same time the capacity to adapt and to react to the new challenge. This is certainly was a new shock, arriving and basically invisible, who enter in the life, in the house of each of us, and certainly some of the rules that we had in place needed to be flexibly managed. And that you mentioned Schengen, but also I would say the single market, another measure who has been for the time being flexibly remodeled to make the EU reaction more credible. So in terms of what we have learned inside is also the need to stick together, the need to adapt our rules, but also the need to think for the next. There will be a life after pandemics, so we hope they will start sooner rather than later. But I think if we look, as you mentioned correctly, so at our own EU budget, which is as some of our, or probably all of our audience knows, is a long-term budget, is a 7-year budget between 21 and 27. This year has been, this time has been accompanied by a Next Generation EU, so another fund quite substantial of 750 billion euro for the recovery. The recovery we are imagining is a recovery strongly rooted in green and in digital and in economy and infrastructure. So I would say there is from this moment of let's say a realism of what the new crisis was about, the EU was able to react quite shortly, I would say also quite convincingly. And certainly the budget plus the next EU generation is nearly 1.7 trillion euro, which just give us the confidence that the EU will economy will bounce back, and we bounce back with a longer term approach, looking at the new challenges. It also realized also that maybe on a smaller but certainly important scale, that the health, which has been traditionally managed at the national level, basically each national health services was managing its own health services. There's a need to an upgrade of a wider, on a pan-European level. That's why you might remember that President von der Leyen in her State of the Union speech in September mentioned of the creation of a health union, a number of policies where the EU will be as such able to declare a pandemic, act on a pandemic, deliver a number of coordinated EU policy on health at the EU levels. So that would be my lesson of what we have learned during this pandemic. I think the important issues is to recognize what need to be changed, at the same time making a positive consequences for the future. Probably it will not be the last pandemics, but certainly from the EU point of view, I think from a resilience point of view, we are much better, in a much better position now than we were a few months ago when the outbreak of the COVID emerged. Floor back to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I will give the floor to Ambassador Sheeb. So please, can you give us your take on what has happened?
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Professor Vujacic. Hello, good afternoon. Thanks for having me. Yes, first let me say, of course, when we had planned the German EU presidency, we as well were overwhelmed by what happened, and we had to rework a whole presidency program. Well, we are just in the middle or not in the middle, but the end of the presidency is in sight. The EU was, as the whole world, overwhelmed by the pandemic when it actually struck. But still, I think it is fair to say that the EU managed to, after it took a little while, but with 27 member states also affected in different ways, in a unique situation, the EU managed to eventually react pretty quickly, timely, efficiently, and effectively. We are, and this is why from the presidency's view, it was very clear the focus has to be how can we overcome the economic and the social consequences of the pandemic. It was and is the focus of our presidency. At the same time, I think it is important not to forget that the pandemic, so to say, came on top of the challenges the EU, the world is faced with anyway. So climate protection, climate change, digitalization. And this is why, if you also ask for the lessons learned. So I think now the challenge is also to draw the right lessons. And the right lessons is not just about returning to pre-crisis levels as quickly as possible, but about emerging from the crisis in a more sustainable and more robust way, thus to be better prepared for future crises. So Europe should tap into new economic opportunities and thereby becoming less crisis prone and creating more jobs. Of course, and this is also what Chancellor Merkel has made very clear, solidarity is of the essence, community spirit, cohesion. So the pandemic has clearly shown nobody can get through this crisis on their own. And European solidarity is not only a humane gesture, but it's a lasting investment. And as you know, the leitmotif of the German presidency is together for Europe's recovery. So what we've learned is that the EU is able to adapt, to learn, to adapt quickly. And this is, I think, what is currently happening. We are focusing on measures. First, of course, now we have to adopt the multi-annual we have to adopt the budget, including the recovery package, and we have to focus on overcoming the economic and social consequences of the crisis. But at the same time, we have to draw the right lessons for the future, make the EU more crisis resistant, and this is what we have to do. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Now, Thomas Wieser, I'm glad you're on this panel. This is the first time we meet over Zoom. I hope we'll have another chance. Give us your take, but I would like you to refer to, and this sort of would lead us into maybe the following theme later. In the paper you wrote with Pisani and Sapir on different, one size does not fit all, that the way you see the European Union, that it should be flexible and have various clubs in various situations, from what I remember, maybe not clubs, but different approaches and different things, and then different ways of arranging itself. And a lot of the other countries that are aspiring to the European Union, or countries that are new member states, have always been somewhat frightened of this approach. So maybe you can tell us of the lessons learned, and maybe you can refer to some of the points that you made in that paper with some very prominent Bruegel scholars. We can't hear you.
One always has to demute oneself.
Okay.
So thanks very much. Greetings from Vienna. Dobar dan. I think there's good news and not quite so good news coming out of the lessons, which I personally would draw from what we've gone through over the last half year. And I think the two ambassadors have highlighted all the salient points, and Schengen, internal market, the budget, and so on and so forth. And I think in principle, you could say that we should not have any illusions that in more unitary jurisdictions, things work totally differently. If you look at how things are being handled in Australia, there are significant travel restrictions between the different states, which incidentally have also different constitutions. If you look at the efficiency of the supposedly unitary government structure in the United States, both in health terms and in economic terms, I think Europe, with 27 very different member states, has been very much more efficient. Could always argue, of course, that we're twice as efficient as the US because they've got 50 states and we've only got 27. So I think ultimately we have, despite all the regional differences and the national differences, we have discovered a high degree of, comparatively high degree of efficiency, at least compared to, let's say, democratic benchmarks. Quite obviously, in non-democratic regimes, things can work more, maybe less democratically, but more rapidly. Now, what you were referring to, when I jotted down some notes on what we would talk about, I had something about the future functioning. What have we learned about the future functioning? And quite obviously, the functioning of the European Union was much easier when there were 6 or 10 or 12 member states. And I will refrain from saying if the enlargement with Austria to 15 made it that much more difficult or not. But obviously, coming to one solution amongst 27 is much more difficult than coming to one solution amongst 12. How do you handle it? Obviously, you can well manage many issues if you can decide by qualified majority voting or any other majority voting algorithm or procedure. And that is inter alia why the internal market is such a huge success in Europe. But there are quite a number of issues which still need to be decided by unanimity, either because it's in the treaty or because it's of such huge political or sovereignty-related importance to member states that even if you could decide by qualified majority voting, even if you do decide by qualified majority voting, think of migration crisis and Schengen-related decisions, there are member states which simply decline to take the result as given and transform it into national legislation or action. So if there is one problem for the future, which I take away, which has strengthened my perception of this problem, it is the tension between having a high degree of solidarity on the one hand, and the EU budget as such already is an expression of financial solidarity, that much more strengthened by the 750 billion for Next Generation EU. So the tension between the solidarity. On the other hand, and that is something we've been grappling with since at the latest 2010 in the Euro crisis, that many member states say there needs to be a quid pro quo. For solidarity, I want solidity, if you want to put it into easy catchwords, so that you don't run into needs of solidarity because of lack of solidity in previous years. I'm not saying whether this is right or wrong, I'm just reflecting what the public discussion is, if you so want, during the Euro crisis between Greek media and German or Dutch media. But we have seen a third element of tension coming up, which is closely related, namely, how does this relate to the need of the nation state for retaining a high degree of sovereignty in this globally integrated world and in this very, very integrated Europe? How can you say, okay, we will have a Next Generation EU fund. We hope that you will institute very important reforms. And we want to make sure that you do it. Is this an infraction of the sovereignty of a nation state, of the economic policy sovereignty? So this is maybe in very shorthand, because of time constraints, the big tension that I see: solidarity, solidity, and how do we deal with the issue of sovereignty in future times as we grow closer and closer and closer. So sovereignty is not only about handing the competences for trade policy negotiations to the Commission by and large. Sovereignty is not only about our geopolitical role, it is very much touching on everyday aspects of European integration, and that makes it that much more difficult to operate in a unitary structure of 27. And to finish up here, that is why with my co-authors, we started thinking about having larger or smaller groupings of like-minded countries who would move ahead on certain issues, foreign policy, security policy, possibly Schengen, and hope that the others would be able to join later. And these areas of clubs would be those which have a very high impact on real or notional or constitutional sovereignty of the individual member state. I'll stop here.
Okay, thank you so much. I will give the floor now to Minister Joksimovic to give a few comments. She got the first statement. I don't know how much of you got this in the translation or not, so please, and let's try to be, you can make your statement, Minister Joksimovic, and then you can move on to the next topic, which is enlargement, and then we'll go back again in another circle, going the other way around.
Okay, thank you. To be honest, I'm not sure if my colleagues heard what I have said, because since you told me that there was a problem with translation, so hopefully now we can continue in English. First of all, I fully agree with everything that has been said by colleagues from the panel about the new way and the capacity of European Union to adapt and to adjust itself and to show flexibility, which is, I think, the core of the sustainable future of European Union. That is the most important thing. All strategic guidelines that has been promoted in, let's say, relatively new in a way, portfolio of a new European Commission of Madam Ursula von der Leyen, these 6 strategic lines, I think that are really showing us that European Union is very serious about the future policy-making decisions. And actually, not only policy decision-making process, but also creating new platforms and new common policies for new challenges. That is the core of European Union, I would say, capacity for sustainable changing and for smooth transition. It won't be easy, definitely, because we can see these days what's going on with the adoption of European budget, actually multi-annual financial with a multi-financial frame for 7 years period, but hopefully the consensus and the compromise as the core and the basic value of European Union should be model for solving the problem. So we are also very interested, to be honest, to see what's going on and what will happen with the European budget since European plan for Western Balkan, actually economic investment, advanced economic investment plan for Western Balkan is in a way not only linked and related, but also depends from European budget. So our plans for recovering, beside the national plans and national 2025 plan that we have, is really directly in a way connected and depends from the way how European Union will find common solution for a budget. So I don't need to analyze further all things that has been said, since it is in a way my opinion that we all panelists agreed about the flexibility, capacity for in a way to capacity of European Union to adapt, to react, to show solidarity, to show still cohesion as a core politics, common politics for European Union, and of course to understand that Western Balkan is also part of European continent, important for the re-energizing and revitalization of European Union as itself.
Maybe we can just, we have to move very quickly, I'm told by the organizers, but we'll try to extend our time a little bit. So what about this whole geopolitical position of the European Union? Do we see some shift for various reasons of a more self-awareness of the European Union, or a view of the European Union itself as a geopolitical entity than before? Given that there was a sort of a run-in with Donald Trump, who was the president of the United States, over various issues, that China was for the first time perceived by the European Union a little differently than before, that the divorce from economic and political questions seems to be not sustainable in the longer run, that we're having a technological Cold War, and that can the European Union play a geopolitical role in accordance with its economic size and clout? That's the question. On the other hand, it's very difficult to find a new way, for example, of arriving at a common foreign policy. And I think the real test now is we're going to be seeing in a couple of days on how the European Union wants to project itself. And I think some of these things are going to show up in the way this budget crisis is being handled. So, is it the European Union going to water down what the European Parliament has asked it to do, or is it going to have a confrontation within itself, or how is it going to play a role with the new Biden presidency? Hopefully, I think for many Europeans, the United States will be coming back to a certain degree in its own role of close cooperation with the European Union. So let's start with perhaps Minister Joksimovic. Would you want to say a few words on that now? And then we'll go back.
Yes. Thank you. Of course, that I really carefully listened what you have analyzed as a current state of play when it comes to global position and geostrategic tools that European Union have in this moment. I really think that for us in Serbia, it's very important to say that enlargement politics, I think, still is a good tool for strengthening European Union competitiveness and bringing together all of us in Europe, from north to south, from east to west, as old ideal from Paris Charter for a New Europe to have all of European countries in European Union. Of course, it's not easy to achieve, but it is important tool for geostrategic, I would say, competitiveness of European Union. When it comes to the role of others in as you mentioned, the global players from China, Russia Federation, Turkey, and also others, of course, they have their own political and geopolitical and geoeconomical interest, and especially in the Western Balkan, and that is something obvious. On the other hand, I think that serious commitment from European Union, with all critics that might be sometimes given to candidate countries, I think that strong commitment and serious process, and I hope that new methodology for the negotiation shows this kind of commitment from European Union, that both of us, I mean EU and candidate countries, including of course Serbia, show political will, strong political will and commitment that we are actually partners in this continent and that we belong to European Union as I said, tool for maybe additional re-energizing and re-strengthening European Union, especially in the part of Southeastern Europe, which where we belong. So I really think that both sides, European Union and candidate countries, including Serbia, we must show more political commitment. That is a job for EU, that is also a job for us. And I hopefully, and that is the only thing I want to say, I think that Serbia, at the end of the day, showed that at least during this pandemic, we were not burden for European Union economically, in a security aspect or any other aspect, that we can contribute and that we can be a tool for re-energized Europe.
Thank you so much. Professor Wieser.
Thanks very much. I'll be very short. I think if you think of sort of the multipolar world, which has now become a reality, it is quite clear that either you are a player or you're being played with. And Europe thanks to its constitutional structure, is at present not fit to become a player. And we've got two kinds of member states: those that are small on a global scale and realize it, and those that are small on a global scale and don't realize it. And that is why only together we could ever become a player. Which brings me back to the question about how do we join our sovereignty, or at least our interests, in being more than a couple of different smaller, medium-sized member states in the global arena. And it is quite clear that in terms of foreign policy, in terms of security policy, there is no way that the 27 will, for the foreseeable future, agree on a common external policy stance. And that is why, on the one hand, the issue is being blocked by separate member states being picked off, for example, by China on a variety of issues. And on the other hand, this is why I believe that there needs to be significantly deeper, enhanced cooperation by a subset of willing, interested, and competent member states.
Okay, thank you. Ambassador Sheeb?
Yeah, thank you very much. Yes, I do agree with my predecessor, Mr. Wiesner. Just to say, I mean, this issue that the EU should also become a global actor has been an issue since the start of its existence, basically. And of course, it always has been a strong economic player. But a political player at the international stage was always a huge challenge. But I mean, some progress and significant progress has been made. Look at the Lisbon Treaty. Since then, we have the High Representative, we have the European External Action Service. So progress has been made, albeit maybe in a gradual way. I think the last you can say now, in view of the fact that we do have a multipolar world, in view of the last 4 years, it has become extremely obvious, that actually there is no alternative of the EU becoming a stronger, more united global actor if it wants to prevail, if it wants to remain and maybe become a stronger advocate for an international world order of justice, human rights, innovation, etc., etc. So maybe it can be hoped that the current situation or the experience of the last couple of years and the state of the world as it is in now, in a way also gives a push to members, to the EU, to become more united, to become also in a way maybe more assertive. But at the same time, of course, one cannot be naive. And I think you mentioned it. CFSP. We still have the principle of unanimity. Actually, initially this was one of the issues or possible, maybe not projects, but themes of the German EU presidency, to continue the discussion on whether to maybe abolish or amend, adapt this principle in order to become more effective, more efficient, because this is in a way a problem, but of course, understandably so, because there are a lot of dimensions, aspects involved. So concluding, I think there's no alternative. On the other hand, it's going to be a tough ride. It's going to remain difficult, and I think it's only imaginable to have a gradual, incremental process on this path. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador Sheeb. Ambassador Fabrizi.
Well, thank you. I heard a couple of words that always attract the attention of whoever deal with the EU. So when you hear about multipolarism and sovereignty, is a red light for the EU. So I would say on the multipolarism, certainly it's a reality also in the region. It is a trend that maybe the COVID have accelerated. From the EU point of view, we don't see or we see that the multilateralism is the way to manage multipolarism. And in that sense, we are not changing our own approach. I would say that more than ever, the multilateral system is the one that needs to be reinforced, and the EU will continue to do so, putting the UN at the core, but also reinforcing the WTO, reinforcing the WHO. There's a number of initiatives that we have been advocated and will be certainly push forward. Our own reply to COVID vaccine has been to work with WHO for COVAX. We are not here in the business of vaccine nationalism. So in that sense, I would reassure those who think that the multipolarism can be confronted in other ways than managing the multilateralism. On the other side, it's clear also that the pandemic has pushed also a number of reflection within the EU, which is not certainly completed, the concept of strategic autonomy, open strategic autonomy. I think the EU has long abandoned the idea of not believing in the although hard reality of a power politics. But I think a phrase which sometimes is used is act multilaterally when you can, and be prepared to act autonomously when you must. So I think this is a trend that is more and more present in the EU. And frankly, I wouldn't say EU of a sum of its element. I'm really think that this idea is a little bit distorting, trying to see an EU which is not made by 27 member states. Maybe last point on also what Professor Weiser said, how you combine sovereignty. I think this is an idea as old as the EU, is much older than that. We always work through pooling sovereignty. We have never renegade on the idea of sovereignty. It's the question. The EU is about a pooling of sovereignty in a wider sense, and I still believe that, of course, foreign policy is another area where very close, like defense, to the core of sovereignty, but is another area where maybe gradually, or maybe less gradually than we expect, certainly the EU will make more progress than expected. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, I have to tell you that the organizers are telling me that we have to close now, which I'm really sorry to say, because I think we kind of just got started, and I wish this would last twice as long, because we've opened up many questions that I think we've opened up more questions probably than we answered, but that's always the case. But thank you for your contributions very much, and I want to thank you all, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the conference. Thank you, Minister Joksimovic. Thank you, Ambassador Fabrizi, Ambassador Sheep, Professor Weiser, and hopefully we'll get another opportunity to discuss all this. Thank you so much.
Thanks a lot. Good night.
Za vas koji živite svoj biznis, koji otvarate sa prvim zracima sunca, za vaše kupce kojima ste prvi izbor, za vas koji mislite na svaki detalj, u izazovima pronalazite motivaciju. Tu smo da zajedno postignemo više. Posetite Visa platformu za podršku malom biznisu.
My apologies, just to unmute myself. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now continue with our program. Now I would like to introduce you to next chair, Mr. Jovan Kovačić, EWB President. Mr. Kovačić, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Dear viewers and attendees of the 20th Belgrade Economic Summit, we could have took part, we could have joined these both sessions. It would be I think it would have been very useful. I will be the host under these now familiar circumstances of video conferencing of our next panel, which is called The Global Power Shifts Affecting Southeast Europe. And it gives me great pleasure to introduce our distinguished guests and experts on these and many other subjects. Philip Lecorre, Research Fellow, Harvard Kennedy School Fellow in Residence, and another 3 or 4 pages of what he does. And Vladimir Grigorov, Senior Research Associate, Vienna Institute for International Economic Studies. Also many other pages of what he does. My name, as said, is Johan Koch. I'm the president of the Research Bridge International think tank, and I think we should start. Gentlemen, welcome. Thank you for joining us. But for some reason, I do not see you.
I see you.
Thank you. Now, fine.
Yes, I'm here too.
All right. Okay, so yes, fantastic. Thank you. We've heard a lot from the previous panel that I wanted to actually ask you, but this is also a subject which we cannot avoid discussing the COVID pandemic as well as a trend, as something that has a major impact in a completely new dimension and dynamics to global trends and to our lives in this part of the world. As somebody said, if this is the perfect example of globalization, something that starts in a remote market and within weeks affects the entire world and mankind in earth-shattering, life-changing fashion. In such a situation where people are more or less focused on how to survive and find a vaccine and reduce the number of casualties with differing success, allow me to just briefly outline what I think are the major global shifts that are affecting this region. The rise of China, India, well, not so much as far as the impact on the Balkans yet, although there's some steps that I understand are being taken to improve the political and economic cooperation. BRICS in general, of course, we cannot avoid the elections in the United States. And it'd be very interesting to see whether Antony Blinken and the others that are mentioned reported today, their appointment, how that would affect the world relations on the whole, and the US attitude towards the Balkans, especially the peace process between Belgrade and Pristina. Closer to home, Brexit has sent a shock wave across the globe, let alone the European Union. And again, even closer to home in many respects is the neo-Ottoman aspirations of Turkey and its newly established invisible partnership with Russia. I'm referring to involvement in Syria, Libya, Nagorno-Karabakh, which taught us many lessons. Populism, which is taking root in almost half of mankind today, migration and terrorism, which are still an issue, unfortunately, still making headlines across Europe. Given the fact that the world is a global village and that even the slightest movement anywhere in the world has some impact on the rest of the world, the biggest question is, how does all this reflect on our neck of the woods in terms of economy, politics, military, especially among countries like Serbia that are still not members of the EU, nor are members of any military alliance? I'm saying this in light of the tensions between Greece and Turkey, and hence the apparent shift of the European southern flank from Turkey's to Greece's southern border, which directly affects the Western Balkan stability and future alliances. We hear today increasing cries from within the European Union to sever the trade ties with Turkey. They're getting louder by the day. But back to China, the chief subject, or the main culprit of many analyses of choice these days. the power that is no longer just rising, but it has in many, many ways eclipsed the United States and other major powers in the world. It has an obvious interest in the region. It is investing, it is constructing, financing, and all this has massive ramifications. And I would like to ask you, Mr. Gligorov, how do you see the economic impact and what does it really entail for the future of Western Balkans vis-a-vis China and vis-a-vis Europe? The floor is yours.
Well, I think perhaps what I could say is that initially, I would say the Chinese presence in the Balkans was not necessarily seen as problematic, simply because it was obvious that China had a commercial interest in essentially using the Balkans to access the EU markets, China being a trading nation. And that would be, I think, still the dominant interest. Now the problem is different, partly because of the increased investments of China, which are in a way circumventing the rules of competition with the EU. And the Western Balkans being, and the Balkans in general, being either part of the EU or candidate candidate for the membership in the EU, that creates an issue because it is violating the competition policy in the EU. So that, I think, is a major sticking point when it comes to the Chinese presence in the Balkans. Of course, the other aspect of it is that if you have these deals, which are mainly between governments rather than through a competitive process, that tends to influence the policy or creates a type of a dependence on of the country that is using these financial resources or that is being invested in. And that is additional problem that emerges because there would be then, as we can see, there would be some worry that autocratic tendencies may be supported by greater reliance on Chinese investments. I tend to think that this is not such a big risk, given that this is mostly internally driven interest. We do see autocratic tendencies in Serbia and in other places in the Balkans. But then there is also a much stronger influence of Russia when it comes to these processes. So China is not such a big issue there. And finally, now that we are talking about China, I think there is going to be partly a coalition between the new American administration and the EU when it comes to negotiating with China to deal with economic interest, trade, finance, intellectual property, and so on. There was up to some point that there wasn't perhaps the communality of interest between US and EU on this issue, but I think now, especially with the new administration and the new worries in the EU with the Chinese flouting the rules of international trade, that there will be a greater and concerted effort from both sides to have China change its ways when it comes to economic relations, not necessarily just in the Balkans, that's a minor issue, but globally. So I think that is going to be the biggest change in economic terms that I can see coming from the Biden administration. Thank you.
I think the China also needs, thank you very much, to change something in its approach to ecological problems, especially in Serbia, but that's a totally different subject for a different panel. Philip, how does the Chinese involvement in the West Balkans look to you from where you're sitting?
So, Jovan, thanks for having me, and hello to everyone. I think the year is not over yet, but it's...
You're breaking up.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay.
Right,
Sorry.
right. Yes.
Can you hear me now? Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. COVID-19, and of course, elections are mainly what keeps us busy these days. But there's one player that has emerged stronger over the past few months. That's definitely China. And I was in the middle of a huge storm following the outbreak of the virus in Wuhan. The outbreak led to thousands of victims and forced authority to confine up to 60 million people under conditions. And in February, as the health crisis, unprecedented proportions, some began to doubt the ability of the party, led by Secretary General Xi Jinping, to manage the pandemic, which from the end of February, of course, spread not just in China, but around the world. Today, of course, the picture is quite different. China says it has the pandemic under control, although one could be concerned about the images of panic at Pudong Airport yesterday. But overall, Beijing has handled the situation in an efficient, if not ruthless manner. Economically, China might be one of the few countries to enjoy a positive growth of about 2% by the end of this year, unlike many Western countries. I want to acknowledge China's successful handling of this crisis, but I also want to stress this year has seen an important development of the Sino-American rivalry with Joe Biden's victory over Donald Trump's in the US presidential election. Trump's anti-China rhetoric has by and large, moreover, the so-called trade war has not been successful. The figures speak for themselves. Having said that, I would argue that Beijing is also facing collateral damage on the international stage due to its handling of the crisis, the total lack of transparency surrounding it, and the massive propaganda effort that came along the Chinese help to other nations, including in Europe, in March and April of this year. It is true that Donald Trump did his best to blame Beijing for COVID-19, which he called the China virus.
Yes.
But the European Commission, the UK, France, Germany, Sweden, Australia, Japan, and others all noted aggressive Chinese statements and use of available international social media, such as Twitter, YouTube, Facebook, all forbidden in China, to basically spread Chinese messages. And the point I'm trying to make here is that China was keen to be offensive than just defensive in order to secure a critical narrative in China itself, that the government, the party did a good job in managing the pandemic and are still doing a good job in managing the economy and the country. These are highly important messages less than a year before the 100th anniversary of the Chinese Communist Party and the 20th Party Congress in Beijing. Yes, China did send medical supplies to some European countries, including in the West Balkans, but a lot of these were commercial deals rather than pure. Also followed European mask and ventilator donations to China from Germany, France, Italy, and even the Vatican in January and February, although these were not acknowledged officially. At the same time, it has been difficult for WHO to get access to data and government statistics on the pandemic within China itself in order to speed up the global recovery. Now to Europe-China relations, very briefly. Diplomatically, the EU has never called for a decoupling with the Chinese economy or anything like that, but it does hold a number of grievances that go from the economy to human rights and cybersecurity. On the economy, Brussels has called China, as we heard before, a systemic rival and has been trying to address state subsidies, the lack of market access in China, intellectual property issues, among many others. Other problems include the situations in Xinjiang, in Hong Kong, Tibet, and many other places. This led to fairly difficult diplomatic encounters between European and Chinese leaders this year, including a virtual China-EU summit that took place in September under the German EU presidency, with very little outcome, very little concrete steps. As for the region we are mostly concerned with, the West Balkans, it is true that China has been very active. As we know, China has invested in almost all of the West Balkan countries, including Serbia, Montenegro, North Macedonia. And although the Chinese government does not have a foreign policy framework for the Western Balkans as a region, it deals with each country individually, or through the very loose 17+1 mechanism, which is mainly a yearly leaders forum. I won't go into the controversy over COVID-related aid in Serbia or in other countries, but I'll stick to Chinese FDI, especially in Serbia, which is the prime host to large equity investments in the sub-region. The most notable, of course, is the steel mill Smederevo, but there are also projects including the Puping Bridge, the industrial park in Bursa, the new metro system for Belgrade, Huawei's Safe City project, and the rest of it. China is also planning to build the railway between Belgrade and Budapest, although it's had a very slow start. So there's a lot going on. And unlike many other European countries where Chinese investment has been a fairy tale, there is real Chinese money in Serbia. And this has become a political tool towards the EU. Brussels has heard the argument West Balkan countries are not EU members and therefore need to rely on other allies. But the ties between them and the rest of the European continent seem to me strong enough to continue to write a common history. I think we also need to go a bit further when describing what systemic rivalry means. It is also a cultural discrepancy and a massive geographical distance that even the Belt and Road Initiative will not compensate. My own hope is that the arrival of a new US administration on January 20th, added to a rather new EU attitude vis-à-vis China, will help like-minded countries to address real issues, both on the economic and values fronts. The Balkans have a lot to share with the EU, and at the end of the day, the European continent should not be waiting for outside players such as America, Russia, or China to be in the 21st century. Thank you.
Thank you, Phil. For all the issues, I think you mentioned the intellectual property issues, apart from the human rights, will be the hardest thing to resolve between China and the West. But levity aside, China still is on the brink of starting to offer really what it can to the rest of the world. It was quite interesting in the height, let's say, of U.S. President Donald Trump's, if you want to call it trade wars or shouting matches with Beijing. It was interesting to see how Europe, the European Union, and NATO assessed the situation. And I remember an analysis which left a deep imprint that said, for Trump, China is total enemy. For European Union and NATO together, which is quite interesting, worth mentioning, it's an opportunity. I think about that sums it up. It's an opportunity for development. Vladimir, we have also talked about this possibility of Turkey having issues, troubles with the European Union, and the calls for reimposing customs and other duties and taxes to the imports. Turkey, European Union is definitely, Turkey is one of the biggest trading partners. How would that affect the Balkans in terms of economics and the politics as well?
Well, Turkish or EU policy towards Turkey, I think, was really a failure because Turkey did not manage to, or the European Union did not manage to bring in Turkey into the fold, so to speak. And this is partly, I would say, Turkish choice. But in these types of things, you always have to think on the other side. And I think this is a big EU failure. Now, the reason for that is that EU does not really have the ability to take over security responsibilities. And Turkey is a country that has serious security responsibilities in its neighborhood, also in the Balkans, but not primarily in the Balkans. And that, I think, is a problem for the EU. That was one of the reasons why it was never obvious that, or was never really expected that Turkey will fully join the EU. And now we have all these security issues that are coming out because of this resurgent Turkish geopolitical aspirations and actions. So that's one aspect. On the other hand, it is certainly true that Turkey has a currency union with the EU that is jointly beneficial. There is also a migration issue, which is jointly beneficial. So EU has an interest in keeping the economic ties with Turkey. So I would say it is highly, in my opinion, highly questionable whether the EU can use the trade policy instruments, whether those are sanctions or tariffs or breaking up the customs union to discipline Turkey. That I don't really see as being something that the EU will necessarily or want to really contemplate. The other possibility and the other issue really is for NATO, because NATO used to be the anchor for Turkish behavior, given that EU really isn't a security anchor. NATO was supposed to be pacifying the Turkish and Greece and generally Mediterranean problems. This is partly due to American administration, to the last American administration. This has not functioned. NATO has actually not been able to keep Turkey within whatever is NATO's politics in our policy in this area. So that, I think, is more of a problem. If indeed there is, with the new American administration, if there is no way to get some kind of a understanding as to what is the proper geopolitical behavior of Turkey, given the NATO membership and the closeness to the EU and the economic interests and so on, let alone human rights and democracy issues, then of course there will be an issue. How it is going to be resolved, I don't know. That is really a very, very risky and tricky situation.
As well, especially that because of Turkey, which has, because of Turkish ties to the region, both political, cultural, and economic. I understand we have a pretty well-developed economic cooperation with the country. And it certainly has started off quite well, but now is experiencing some very, very serious economic downsides. It'll be quite interesting to see what happens now in the Middle East, especially given the reports this morning that Netanyahu did had a historical meeting for the first time ever between an Israeli and a Saudi official that they met in a resort, a newly built resort in Saudi Arabia. So it seems that the new alliances are getting firmer and the outlines are getting clearer by the day. What's happening in the Middle East? Of course, it will have, an impact on us, whichever way you look at it, either through Turkey, to the price of oil and whatever. Gentlemen, I've been told to keep this on time. I want to thank you very much for your kind cooperation. This is a subject, again, which we could go on from one issue to another, and it would take us hours to complete. Thank you once again for your attending, your cooperation, your contribution to the Belgrade Economic Summit. Thank you. And I would like to now call on the the management, and to invite the administrators. It gives me great pleasure, and it's a great privilege to introduce Her Excellency Maria Virginia Mendes da Silva Pina, the Ambassador of Portugal to the Republic of Serbia. Good afternoon. Madam Ambassador, I'm not the best person to do this introduction because I'm highly biased. I have to tell you, when somebody uses the word term lovely, and immediately crosses my mind, Portugal. I'm totally in love with your country. I enjoyed myself thoroughly each time I went over there. And it's not just the great wine, the great food, lovely cities, but it's the atmosphere and the people. They're simply wonderful. Thank you very much. I'm sure when your experts started drawing up the Portuguese strategy for the next months, I'm sure they didn't have, when they started doing this, didn't have COVID anywhere on the horizon, because I have an idea of when experts start drawing up plans for the EU presidency, Rota. But so it'd be very interesting to see how you see your role in the European Union, your guidance over the next very, very difficult 6 months. Floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I hope you can hear me well.
Yes.
And thank you for your lovely words about my country. I just got from a week of holidays on Saturday, and now at 22 degrees. Here now with winter. although it's a soft winter. But thank you very much for the invitation and for letting me presenting the priorities of Portuguese presidency of the Council of the European Union. But first of all, I would like to praise the German presidency for the work they have been done, and that we all can expect that they managed to achieve greater decisions until the end of the year. You mentioned COVID, and it's true. And you know, now it's a trio presidency program. So in fact, we started quite early, Germany, Portugal, and Slovenia, to negotiate the program and to see the priorities of the three countries. And yes, by that time, everything was perfect, and then the pandemic arrived. It was very difficult. Ambassadorship in a panel before us mentioned that they have to rewrite all the program. We also had to review parts of the program. The priority, obviously, now it's economic and social recovery and resilience of the European Union. And for that, we have defined 5 priorities. But before getting there, let me also wish the best to Slovenia that will take presidency after Portugal. This is very important to have an 18 months program because that means continuity. We divide among our priorities and interests what is in the program, and it lasts in 18 months instead of 6 months, that is quite short to achieve anything substantial. But if you want me to go through the priorities, I will jump in immediately.
Please.
But before, let me also tell you that this is our 4th presidency, but it's not like the 3 previous ones. It's under the Lisbon Treaty for the first time, and that brought a lot of institutional changes to the EU, but it's also a pandemic time that literally put our world upside down. So as I said, our big priority will be, and we are committed to ensure economic and social recovery of the European Union. And for that, Portugal decided that we should do it through the European social model. But regarding the priorities, I will point out 5 priorities. The first one is what we call resilient Europe. And it's resilient at 3 levels, not only economics is obviously paramount, but also in the context of social cohesion, in terms of consolidating Europe as a space of solidarity, but also in terms of rule of law and values. So in this context, we will pay a great importance to the implementation of the national plans for recovery and resilience under the MFF that we hope to be finally approved under the German presidency, and the next generation EU instrument, including the recovery and resilient facility. But as I said, we will also pay attention to rule of law inside the European Union. It's a constant process. It's not just to get in the European Union. It will always stay as a process because we are a group of values. And we also would like to increase the involvement of citizens, and that we should do under the Conference on the Future of Europe. The second, let's say, priority, we call it Social Europe. And it will be the cornerstone of our president's a conference, a social summit, to be held in May, hopefully in Porto. That will be the moment to boost the implementation of the action plan on the European Union pillar of social rights. That said, that main areas will be of our focus will be employment, equal opportunities, and health. The summit will be comprised of two moments. The first, a high-level conference with social partners, academics, civil society, and then followed by informal meeting of the EU leaders. On the next 6 months, we will be very much into the creation of fair minimum wage that was already mentioned by the President of the European Commission, the issue of minimum income, equal payments, and a new child guarantee that we will like to leave as part of our legacy, and the revision of the youth guarantee, among other things. The third priority, it should be green Europe. So we'll be dealing with the implementation of the European Green Deal and the Europe climate legislation. Digital Europe, because we know digital transition is paramount for the economic recovery, but we want to go further than the economic part. We want to make sure that there are initiatives related to citizens' access to new technology, that they are digital education, democracy, that we also look into artificial intelligence. The last one, global Europe. The European Union is a global player and should interact with other major players and should use its soft power to bring security and stability. In the context of the program of the trio, it will be the responsibility of Portugal to organize a meeting with the Prime Minister of India, and obviously we would also focus on our relations with the United States. We are in a very important moment with Africa and with Latin America. Now, you ask me, the enlargement process is there. It is there. When we will continue, we will continue. We are quite committed to the enlargement process. We will continue the work that has been done by the German presidency. We hope that to manage to overcome the bilateral issue that is hindering the process, and we take it from there. We are a country that supports strongly the accession of the Balkan countries as long as they meet the criteria, and the Balkan countries can count on us to bring the process onwards and to be an honest broker, you know, to build the necessary consensus to reach decisions on enlargement process. The presidency should be, among everything, an honest broker, and we are quite willing to do so. And count on us. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Ambassador. It's for those who do not know, Portugal, apart from being very famous for many other things, is actually one of those countries that are famous for its diplomats. And throughout its history, this is what I heard from your experts when we were in Lisbon last with the Trilateral Commission, and they said, we have resolved more issues and conflicts in our history with diplomatic negotiations than with wars. And that is a wonderful achievement, and it's very good to know that we're going to be in very safe hands for the next 6 months. Just an additional questions. The Belgrade-Pristina talks.
Belgrade-Pristina
talks. Will this momentum continue, hopefully?
I hope so. I hope so, and the Portuguese presidency will obviously support the work and the role of Mr. Lajcak in his efforts to bring the dialogue to a completion and to an agreement that can be accepted by all. And yes, let me tell you that we do like to see ourselves as people that build bridges, and it's through dialogue, through cooperation, and that is what I think a very good quality for a country that is in charge of the Council of the European Union that is having the presidency. And that gives me good comfort to know that my colleagues, mainly in Brussels and in Lisbon, the presidencies are mainly made in Brussels and in Lisbon, and I have quite, not of a presidency, but quite an experience of Brussels, will be able to get those bridges done and get consensus and get all these priorities forward.
Well, Madam Ambassador, thank you very much for this explanation and for joining us today. We needed this explanation of what the Council is going to do over the next 6 months in these very strange and difficult times, unprecedented. And once again, we hope to see you again soon. To our viewers, please stay tuned for our next panel.
Thank you.
Stability factors in Southeast Europe. And allow me to say goodbye. And thank you for watching, and pass the microphone over to Aleksandar Medjedovic, the Executive Board member of the, let me get it right, Turkish-German Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Berlin, Germany.
Ladies and gentlemen, I would like now to introduce to our next moderator, Mr. Aleksandar Medjedovic, Executive Board Member of Turkish-German Chamber of Commerce and Industry in Berlin. Mr. Medjedovic, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Jagoda. It is always a pleasure to be with you, and let me just say thank you for still holding the forum under the current circumstances. I guess any communication that we have is a success, and particularly, when it comes from the Tsomokos Group, it is a big pleasure. When this started, I was wondering whether we will have a Belgrade Economic Summit or a Serbian Economic Summit, and if I knew one thing is that our dear friend Simeon will not be stopped, even not by the pandemic, and neither will his team. So thank you very much, and we all acknowledge the energy that it takes to be alive at this time. And without further ado, thank you for the introduction. I do not want to spend any time. I am completely irrelevant for this discussion. I don't want to spend any time introducing myself. And the country where I have most of my expertise, which is Turkey, was amply discussed in the panel before. And I'm glad that I don't have to talk about Turkey, because then we would still be here at 10 o'clock in the evening. So you will forgive me if I move away from myself and go straight into the panel, and we will be talking about stability factors in Southeast Europe. Now, of course, Southeast Europe is a Schlagwort, is a region that is a word that we're using a couple of times a day, politicians, journalists, scholars alike. But we don't even define, when we're using this word, we don't even define what we mean by Southeast Europe. Does it include the EU countries which are located in Southeastern Europe geographically, or do we exclude them? In what way do we exclude other players or include them? Do we include Turkey? So it is a very open topic, and it certainly deserves some discussion. And one player that we certainly underestimate in talking about Southeastern Europe is Greece. Greece is in the EU. Theoretically, they shouldn't even be there. If you allow me that little joke, they should be so somewhere closer to Europe, but they are there where they are. And the Hellenic Republic is an extremely important player in the region. They are, if you want, we can say they are the gate of the EU to the east, to the real east, which starts after that. So Greece is very well represented in our panel today. I'm very happy about that. It is not for nothing that we say Greeks and Serbs are brothers, but I don't want to go more into that. That's what you hear when you're on vacation in Greece. And it's a great relationship that the two countries have. And it's a great impact that Greece has in the region and a lot of expertise in foreign policy. And it is with that I'm welcoming our next keynote speaker with great pleasure. It's His Excellency Miltiades Varvisiotis. He's the alternative Minister for Foreign Affairs responsible for EU affairs of the Hellenic Republic from the Foreign Ministry. And if I might say, all the diplomats from Greece that I've encountered so far, and I know many of them, they're just great. So, sir, you're heading an excellent ministry, and we look forward to hearing your thoughts on what can we do, what Greece can do, and also what everybody can do to make the region more stable. Your Excellency, the floor is yours.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you for your warm words, and thank you for this introduction. It's also a pleasure for me to be here with you today. With Simios Tsomokos, we have organized 11 years ago one summit in Belgrade for the Greek-Serbian enterprises that went extremely well. At that time, I was responsible for the international economic affairs at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs as Vice Minister. Now I'm responsible for the European affairs. And I think that it's the time to talk about Europe. It's a time to talk about Europe because Europe is the solution to the security and safety problem in the Balkans. There is no other way that we can actually deal with what is well known in the Balkans. This is that the Balkans produce more history that they can consume. Tensions, nationalistic aspirations, distorted view of history, fragmented geography, all these contribute to an unstable patchwork. The last 30 years, we have seen several 30 years, we have seen several wars erupting in the Balkans, causing a lot of friction and a lot of problems. Nowadays, we are in another era. A policy that has been actually presented back in 2003 in Thessaloniki, and this was the enlargement process of EU to the Western Balkans. Now it's moving fast. And it's moving fast after last April's Council decision to open the talks with North Macedonia and Albania and refresh the interest of the talks with Montenegro and Serbia. And I think it's extremely important to move in this direction in a solid way. I think that the new enlargement process that we have adopted, it's much better than the previous one. If you remember, the previous one was consisting of chapters that they were opening, reviewing, closed, let's go to the next chapter. It was like a book. The new process is like put in circles. And you have circles by starting with a rule of law circle, and then expanding, covering all the areas of interest. And actually, the way that it has been formulated, this enlargement process, secures also the fact that there cannot be steps backwards from all the pieces of legislation that have been introduced. So whatever it is introduced, it should remain as such till the end of the process and the final accession to the European Union. Well, let me say a few things about how Greece is watching the Balkans, especially after 10 years crisis. You know that this 10-year crisis has caused us to shrink the economy. The Greek economy has been shrunk by a quarter. The Greek banking system has passed through serious changes. It has been forced to sell all the subsidiaries in the Balkans, and it's actually has slowed down the whole economic crisis has slowed down what we were admiring at the late at the 90s and at the early 2000s, that we were one of the big investors in the Balkans. This is not anymore the case. But it is the case that Greece is coming back to the economic affairs. It's becoming itself a pole of attraction of investments in the region. There is an increased interest, especially from the other side of the Atlantic, to invest for the first time in the area. And this definitely will signalize that Greece is becoming the hub for a lot of investments that will affect also the well-being of our neighboring states in the Balkan region. Therefore, we have to increase our ties. We have to increase our ties in transportation. We have to increase our ties in political dialogue. And of course, we have to increase our ties in the business communities dialogue. And therefore, we are here to facilitate that. We have introduced several tools in order to succeed that. And we have actually put together a strategic plan that is going to welcome investors in Greece, but also welcome people who will live and try to manage a business all over the region from Greece. In order to move to that time, we have first of all to deal with what we are facing, and we are facing an extraordinary crisis, an unprecedented situation in terms of this pandemic. This pandemic has actually seized a lot of aspirations that we had for 2020 to be a very good year. And actually, the pandemic has put an extra stress and burden in the communication with our neighbors. Lately, we have seen the closure of borders and the double check of epidemiological data or certificates from passengers that they have passed the test of COVID. In order to safeguard what is now the issue in Greece, which is not to put an extra stress in our health system that is already stressed a lot, especially in Thessaloniki. But thank God, the news that they are coming from the medical level make us a little bit more optimistic for next year, and we hope that by spring that we can really operate and start business as usual. For that issue, we have dealt also in the framework of the Council of Europe, and I would like first of all to thank the Serbian authorities for facilitating the Greek chairmanship. I was the chairman until last week of the Council of Ministers of Council of Europe, in which we have presented what we call the Athens Declaration, and this was a document that actually comprised all the values that we should and all the things that we should deal in order to have in order to deal with the pandemic in a way in conformity with the rule of law, democracy, and human rights, which is absolutely important. Because what we cannot let in this pandemic happen is, first of all, is a demise of the rule of law, human rights, and the democratic structures. And the second thing that we cannot accept is the vast circulation of the fake news about the pandemic that will cause a new wave of populistic and ignorant leaderships that will not tolerate international cooperation. The other thing that we have put together is we have put together what is called the Observatory for History, for the teaching of history. As I told you in the beginning, we are producing more history that we can consume, and a lot of times the teaching of history in neighboring states that have a long history of fights and difficult situations between them actually is causing friction. And that's why we actually endorsed this idea coming from the French presidency, and we actually came to a conclusion on how to establish this observatory for the teaching of history in the framework of the Council of Europe. And this is going to be a very helpful tool in order to shorten out issues that are very difficult to shorten out at the bilateral level. How to teach the history of the First Balkan War, the Second Balkan War, the revolutions of independence, also the breakup of Yugoslavia. It's very difficult. So you need somebody from the outside to calm down. As you have mentioned, before getting into Turkey, because you opened the window for Turkey, and I don't want to go to consume all the time on Turkey, because probably most of the things that you know already. There are not new news on this front apart from the continuation of the Turkish aggressiveness. I would like first of all to tackle a thing that has surfaced lately again, and this is terrorism and hybrid threats. There is a need for increased cooperation to deal with these threats. And there is definitely the cooperation between the security authorities of all the Balkan states and Serbia with the European security agencies is going to be very much welcomed, since these threats actually pose a threat of not only to persons or countries, it's actually a threat our way of living, which is based on an open, free and democratic societies that can accept the tolerance and can accept the differences among people. Let me close with the issues on Turkey. Well, let's face it, Turkey is moving far away from Europe. They're doing whatever it takes to disregard all the European Union Council's conclusions. Although in October the European leaders have presented Turkey with two ways. The one way was a way of lowering the tensions, stopping the aggression, taking out their fleet and their survey vessels from the exclusive economic zone of Greece and Cyprus, stop the illegal drillings, and start refresh cooperation with the EU. Turkey has decided not to move along that path, and actually continues to do what actually irritates and creates problems in the southeastern Mediterranean. It has become apparent that the southeastern Mediterranean is the soft underbelly of European Union. And it has been apparent to the European leaders that there is no other way but to confront sometime with this Turkish behavior, since Turkey doesn't seem to be willing to work to start having a workable relations first with its neighbors and then with European Union. Thanos Dokos maybe will say a few more things on that, but I want to tell you that also the positioning of the different European Balkan countries vis-a-vis Turkey on this issue is going to be regarded by Athens as very closely. And this is because we don't believe that Turkey is a threat only to Greece. It's not only a threat to Greece. It's becoming an unstable player for Europe's interest in all southeastern Mediterranean, and it has been inflicted in all the difficult situations in the wider region, starting with Caucasus, with their intervention with Azerbaijan, moving to the Gulf with Qatar, moving to Africa with Somalia, going to the North Africa with Libya, and vis-a-vis Greece and Cyprus. I mean, this is way too much to be accepted, and to accept Turkey as the regional policeman who is willing to interfere in any war erupting in the wider region, and actually interfering not only politically, but also by means either supporting with arms, either sending warriors, either instrumentalizing ISIS or other extremists into moving into these areas. This is not a behavior of a country that actually wants to have a stable environment in which bilateral economic and political cooperation can flourish. And since we want in the Balkans to have a very stable environment, following what Greece has done all these years, and promoting dialogue, cooperation, and economic exchanges, I think that we cannot tolerate this behavior of Turkey. My final point, because I want to thank you for giving me the time. Well, with Serbia, we're sharing a lot of things together. And it's important to renew and to refresh our long-standing friendship, and to refresh our bilateral economic ties, and to refresh also our political ties. We are here to help the way of Belgrade to Brussels. We can be the facilitators in this, to this end. And I think by working together and marching this path together, I think that we can generate one wider area of cooperation and prosperity. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, Mr. Miltiades Varisiotis, alternate minister of the Hellenic Republic. Thank you for sharing your views and giving us insights into so many subjects. As I said, Turkey is it's a very, very big and long subject, and you elaborated very deeply on it. Aside from all the politics, I just want to share a personal observation. Is whenever I see Turks and Greeks, I mean the people, the Turkish and the Greek people meeting each other, it's such a warm relationship, and the people on the street like each other so much that it's always striking me. For many, many years, for the last 20 years, I've been watching that in Greece and in Turkey. So let's hope that what the people on the street can achieve, obviously every day in liking each other and embracing each other, it can be one day achieved on the global scene. Sir, thank you very much. We know you're very busy. Thank you for being with us, and all our best regards to Athens, where I assume you are right now. Thank you. Thank you very much, our alternate minister from the Hellenic Republic. We are moving now straight into our panel discussion, and I would like to introduce our panel participants. It's a great pleasure, if I can say, a power panel of education, of educated people on the topic, on policy issues, and I'm very happy to chair it. We have Mrs. Tanja Miščević, the Deputy Secretary General of the Regional Cooperation Council. We have Mr. Ivan Vejvoda, Director of Europe's Futures Project and Permanent Fellow at the Institute for Human Sciences in Vienna. We do have Mr. Thanos Dokos, another Greek gentleman with us. He's the National Security Advisor to the Prime Minister in Greece. And we have Dr. Marek Dabrowski, non-resident scholar at Bruegel in Brussels. Now, I would like to direct the first question to Mrs. Miščević. You have been the chief negotiator for the Republic of Serbia with EU accession talks. What I would call a hell of a job, one of the most difficult in the region, certainly, knowing it also from personal experiences and talks with many of your colleagues. Can you give us a little European perspective. We talked now a lot with the assistant minister on the other side, on what's the region facing from the other side. Can you give us a little perspective? How is the EU? You've been there. You've been in Brussels for many, many times, deep inside. How is the EU seeing the region and what's going on?
It is, first of all, thank you very much for inviting me. Due to the health issues, the Secretary General, Mrs. Bregu, was not able to join, but it gives me the opportunity to address yet another time, because very often, each and every year, I participated, as you said, as a chief negotiator, head of negotiating team in Serbia. Well, Alexander, I haven't been in Brussels since March, as you can imagine. But nothing has changed in terms of the acceptance and the support to the European integration of the Western Balkan six, as we call them. There is a very strong discussion going on. Let me remind you, it started with the call for the new methodology, with the internal discussion among the member states on how this new methodology should look like. How, as the alternative minister said, it's going to make the process as fast as it possible. As you can imagine, the process is very slow in terms of deliverable results for accessing towards the European Union. One side of the coin says this is because of the slow progress in rule of law in the countries that are negotiating, or bilateral issues. But the other side of the coin also the understanding of why process should be upgraded or faster in terms of reaching the institutional developments in terms of the cooperation between the candidate country and the European Union. But without question mark, there is a strong support coming from the EU member states. They differ in terms of their understanding what should be the support and how they could better support us. And let me finish, because I know that it will be much better to discuss the issues. I know that one point where there is no difference is the support to the regional cooperation, even reaching the regional integration level of the Western Balkan Six, which I am doing right now as being the Deputy Secretary General of the RCC, of which we can, of course, discuss further.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I would like to direct a question on another topic to our guest from Vienna, Mr. Ivan Vejvoda, whom I hope I see now here. Is Ivan with us? If I may ask our technical friends. If not, we can return to him at a later point. Ivan, are you there? Seems not to be the case. I will return to you immediately after that, and I move on to our other panelist, Mr. Thanos Dokos, National Security Advisor to the Prime Minister of the Hellenic Republic. Now, again, let's go back to the EU perspective of the region, which is a question I can ask all of you, but maybe you are deep inside the EU because you are the EU. Is the EU seeing the region as stable? Or is there kind of a hopelessness saying, well, it will never be a factor of stability. It will always have to be something that we have on the leash and looking at them critically. Are we stable for them? Is there hope for that?
Well, first of all, it's a pleasure to be in such good company, even digitally. Hopefully next year it will be a physical meeting. And I must say, I'm not the most objective analyst or observer to answer the question, because Greece is part of the region. We have important stakes in the integration of the Western Balkans. But let me try to think from a European perspective.
Yes, there's unfinished business in the Balkans. It's not a powder keg of Europe, it's as it used to be for many years. It's much more stable today, but there is unfinished business. There are issues, problems that need to be addressed. And let me insist and echo what Minister Vavicioti said. The EU is the answer. I'm not blind to problems, and the EU has been faced with many internal and external issues in the past few years. Perhaps has lost a bit of its dynamism, but one should not underestimate the resilience of the EU. It's been a story of crisis. So far, all of them have been overcome successfully. So I think from an EU perspective, this is unfinished business. We need to move on with integration of the Balkans. Yes, there is concern in some countries that we are trying to integrate relatively unstable regions. But that's exactly why we need to move as fast as possible, because there's reasons for these countries to be unstable, and that causes problems to the EU as a whole. So if one looks at the EU security space, there's a big hole in the Western Balkans. So we need to move as fast as possible to close the gap.
You're mentioning important factors: time, concern about certain, as you call it, holes on the map or on the ground. It certainly doesn't help when players interfere in that process. And I'd like to direct the question to our guest, Dr. Marek Dobrowski, who has ample experience with Russia and with transatlantic issues as well. Dr. Dobrowski, first of all, I also don't see you on my list. Are you with us? Oh, yes, you are.
Yes, okay. I am.
That's great. That's great to hear and great to see you. Sir, you heard the question. There are certain problems on the ground, on the table. Everybody's trying to deal with it. Does it help if, President Trump invites to the White House and puts on, everybody will forgive me this characterization, a big show with actors, important actors of the region, and the same is being done in Beijing at next stage or in Moscow? Does that help? How do you put that in relation to the serious problems that need to be tackled on the ground?
First, thank you very much for inviting me to this panel discussion. I must say I am an economic analyst and researcher, so I will concentrate mostly on this issue. Of course, I understand that contemporary politics sometimes requires the big shows, but big shows may be important, but maybe not be important, depending on how they will be followed up by respective parties. We live definitely in very difficult times, I mean pandemic, and the economic and political challenges are really very serious everywhere in Europe, in the world, but also in this region. And I deeply believe that the most important instrument and policy framework to put stability in the region is a successful continuation of an enlargement process. I was very happy to listen to address of the Minister of Greek government, who underlined the importance of this process and also reminded us that this process, in fact, already started 17 years ago in EU Thessaloniki summit. And this is quite a long time. And during this 17 years period, only one country of the region, Croatia, became a member of the EU. And I think it's time to speed up this process on both sides, on the EU side, incumbent member states, and in candidate countries. And both sides have a lot of things to do. On incumbent side, I think that it would be very good to stop using enlargement process as some kind of bargaining tool for short-term domestic political purposes. As we experienced several times in more distant and recent past, North Macedonia is probably the biggest victim of this process. It still becomes a victim because there are some question of neighboring country, this time related to historical some claims. So I think this is not definitely prospective policy, and this is not productive policy. But also I think on candidate countries have a lot, very large agenda of things which must be done and should be accelerated. This was mentioned, the problem of time. I also deeply believe that time is not playing in favor of candidates. If we look historically, each subsequent wave of candidates has more difficult and complex conditionality to meet. So postponing the process doesn't solve anything. A few years from now, it may be even more difficult. And what I mean in practice, we have this new framework, enlargement methodology. I don't have enough time to discuss whether it is better from the previous one or not. We just have this and we must stick to this new methodology. And this means that candidate countries must accelerate both economic but also political reforms. If we look for various international rankings like political ones like Freedom House or Bertelsmann Foundation, but also economic one like World Bank doing business or Heritage Foundation Index of Economic Freedom, the region doesn't perform well. It's basically, we can say, it's either stagnation or even backtracking on some point. So here it must be acceleration, especially on rule of law, on this very basic problem. And second thing, which is equally important, is solving intra-regional problems, which we also know is a long list of this. Mm-hmm. And here, I can imagine that what I will say now may not sound popular, especially in the Republic of Serbia, but I think that Serbia exactly has a key role here to play to resolve this remaining conflict, especially its relation with Kosovo. And I cannot imagine successful completion of the EU enlargement process without solving this problem. Thank you very much.
Definitely a lot of baggage. I will return to the economic point because, as you say correctly, you're covering economy, and that's a very, very important point. I will return to that to all participants now. I just want to welcome Ivan Vejvod, the director of Europe's Futures Project and permanent fellow at the Institute of Human Science in Vienna. Ivan, we've been talking about the stability. You're dealing with human sciences in the institute, and I'd like to know from you, or I'd like to get a perspective. We're talking about stability, but from outside. But how do you feel, and you are also from the region originally, how do you feel is the region seeing itself? Is the self-characterization of an average Serbian or Bosnian or Kosovar, yes, we want that stability, we are at the point where it should anchor to, or is it a rather leave us alone mentality, don't take out all of your problems on us here? How is the average citizen seeing the stability factor?
Well, first of all, thank you very much. And it's great to be with old friends and partners in crime, if I can put it, on these issues. A lot has been said, and Marek in particular, I think, has said some key points, as well as Stanos and Tanya. I think, first of all, that we need to repeat that the greatest number of citizens very simply have common sense. And they know that it's a little better, a little more certain, a little more prosperous to be a member of a bigger club than to stay outside it. And that's why in the region we have what I would call healthy majorities for entry into the European Union. And of course, then depending on the day and the event that has happened, that goes up or down around the 50% mark as far as Tanya's and my country, Serbia, is concerned. And that's why, as others have said, we need to push from both sides. I would say we need to push more from ourselves, from the candidate countries, to do the hard work of reform. First of all, political, rule of law, judiciary independence, and of course, strengthening democratic institutions. I think that is the key backbone of the stability factor, which is the theme of this panel. If we're not endeavoring in that direction, we will not have stability. And then, of course, I think people realize also, whatever they say in public opinions, that they know that the unresolved issues have to be resolved. And in our case, Serbia and Kosovo, do we want to be a country which, for example, like between India and Pakistan, has 70 years of an unresolved Kashmir? Or look what happened in Nagorno-Karabakh. It can blow up in your face if you're not working diligently to try and find that very difficult middle ground. And let me also say that I was heartened to hear Minister Vartsiotis about the Observatory for Teaching History. Now, I'm sure the minister knows, and some of us who have been dealing with all this initiative goes far back to the early 2000s, which was the joint history project initiated in Thessaloniki at the Center for Democracy and Reconciliation of Southeastern Europe, where a number of people led the charge, the precedent to the Regional Cooperation Council, the Stability Pact for Southeastern Europe, interesting title with regard to the panel that we're having, that launched, putting together all historians that looked at the history teaching in, especially in high schools, and have produced a mountain of work, working very concretely with the teachers. So I'm glad to hear that this is continuing, because confronting the past is another foundational element of stability. If we do not address the crimes that were committed in our name by our various countries or leaderships, we will not have that basis for the stability that is needed.
I would like to, thank you very much, Ivan. I would like to return to the economy, because on many points we say, let the economy be good, let foreign direct investment come in, let factory opens, give people work, increase the new employment numbers, and all will be fine. Is the economy a magical formula for solving any problem of stability, or is there more than that? I'd like to address the question to all of you, and let's make a final round before the end of the panel. Tanya, in your talks in Brussels, is it only economy, or is there more to that?
No, definitely not only economy, but economy is one of the issues, as you heard, Ambassador Pina, one of the priorities both for the EU and the presidency is going to be more economic and resilient Europe. That's the same for the region. I will just add to what Ivan said. More than 70% people in our region, Western Balkan, speaks highly about regional cooperation and even integration. In what respect? In respect of so-called for freedom, so freedom of goods across the border without more problems that is necessary to reach the goods from one side of the region to another one. But not only goods, people are interested also in free movement of people. That means mutual recognition of qualification, of certificates and diplomas for us to reach one of each other labor market, and to fill the gaps of the people that left, actually, that left the region, which is one additional issue to deal with. So the so-called brain drain, or moving especially young people from around the region, but also services and issues as more digital into our economies, as we are faced now to deal with a digital conference instead of sitting and discussing, all of us in Belgrade. Then the investment issue, how to align investment criteria for attracting the investors, not only foreign investors, but also internal investors, potentials that are in the region, domestic investors as such. So all of those issues, and one that is that we just start working with from Sofia Summit, is the common regional market. Of course, not as something which will replace the European integration of each and every of the Western Balkan countries. Quite contrary, it will contribute to the speed, especially economic recovery, and also resilience. I would also use the word resilience within the region. And the latest thing, traveling without with IDs around the region is something which is also needed, both economically but also mentally. It will mean a lot to confirm the need for the regional cooperation.
And then the so-called small Schengen, which the prime ministers...
I would prefer to call this common regional market as it is right now.
All power to you, since it's the region, it's not the Schengen. I'd like to direct the question to Mr. Dokos. You mentioned that Greek banks had to pull out of Serbia due to the domestic difficulties. Is Serbia still attractive for Greek investors, or from your perspective, what would you like to happen to have some more stable FDI coming in?
Well, yes, Serbia has always been important and still is. I understand the temptation to try to keep its feet on two boats. Eventually, however, I think Serbia will have to make its strategic choice. And in my mind, of course, that will be up to the Serbian people to decide. But I think the EU remains, despite its problems and shortcomings, remains the most attractive option. More stability, well, you know what they say, when all you have is a hammer, everything looks like a nail. And I'm a security expert, and that's my portfolio. So I would like to emphasize the need for political stability in order to attract FDI, but also physical security. And it's not, of course, Serbia that is at the heart of the security problems of the Western Balkans. But if one looks at the region, in some cases, it's the source of problems like returning foreign fighters or transnational organized crime. In other cases, the Western Balkans are important because they are lucky in the case of energy to be a transit region, or unlucky in the case of migration or refugee flows to be again a transit region. So for all those reasons, it's important that both the countries themselves make an extra effort, and the EU makes an investment in their resilience and stability. And I think both sides should work together to achieve that common interest and objective.
Exactly. And if I might pass on the question to Dr. Dabrowski, Mr. Dokos mentioned transit is a site with two medal. Being in the middle of everything can have lots of advantages, but also lots of disadvantages and problematic point. And Serbia has been in the refugee crisis without having any responsibility in it. They are just there, and all the other Balkan countries as well, to their credit. How do you see the future of that evolving? How will the region come out? Will it keep its strong economic attractiveness? Will it keep its problems? What will be the major KPI, if we can say so, from the region for stability?
If we speak about FDI, I think the three factors are very important. First, what was already mentioned by previous speakers is political stability and security. Second is economic. It's expectation regarding market. Different expectation, investors understand that this is only domestic market. Another is that it can work for regional market or for the entire EU. Serbian economy is not so large economy as Chinese economy or Indian economy or Russian economy. So basically, if there is no this external perspective that investor which will set its business in Serbia will have also perspective of interrupted operation neighboring countries and for the entire EU. This makes investment much more attractive. And third thing, which is also important, is again, even being economist, I return to political institutional issue. It's rule of law, independence of judiciary power is also extremely important for investors. And definitely, I think what was mentioned by many of you about transitory role of the Western Balkans region, this is obvious if not anybody looks for map. I think that it may be a big advantage, especially that it's natural bridge between countries, EU countries of Southeastern Europe like Greece, Bulgaria, Romania, and countries of Central and Western Europe. So this is another advantage of speeding up accession process, and also this is source of potential economic advantage benefits. Of course, there are always costs, but these costs are already now in several of you mentioned refugee flows or undocumented migration or some problem of international crime. But I think that this problem will have to be tackled anyway. And it would be much better to in a close cooperation with direct neighbors and also with the entire EU.
Pan-European cooperation, as I understand. I have one last question for Ivan, from Mr. Ivan Vejvoda. Let's stay on the human side, on the people. Internal factors of stability. What if you were to give an advice to the leaders, what are the factors that they have to promote more heavily to their own citizens rather than always advertising outside of their country? What do we need to tell to the citizens of Albania, Bosnia, or Macedonia, North Macedonia, to work on in their own stability zone?
Well, obviously, it's predictability of everyday life, which means jobs that provide a decent wage for families and possibly 1 or 2 holidays a year. It's the mantra that people use about the European Union. It's about protection and opportunity, and the same goes for any country. If the citizens feel they're protected and they have an opportunity for a decent life, they will, feel that there is stability. But unfortunately, as others have mentioned, we have a big demographic problem in the whole region, not only the Western Balkans, with people seeking other places where that stability, at least perceived stability, exists. And so we have a depleting of the population, thus a need for new labor. In Serbia today, we have Turkish construction workers from India even, and that simply means that there are not enough people to work, as are doctors and nurses, and my electrician from Belgrade went to Germany because he's going to earn 5 times more there. So that is something that is indeed needed. And I think we're sort of singing from the same hymn sheet here. We're agreeing that, yes, economic performance is extremely important, but if we don't have political stability, we won't get that economic performance that we wish and the investments that are needed, however clever we are in attracting foreign investors. And let me say that the whatever we call it, the regional market or the catchword of mini Schengen, which is a wrong one, is indeed, I would say, an initiative from below, from the countries who need to show more of an initiative that they want to espouse all the European values. And in that sense, each of the countries needs to reach out to each other, and we need to be each other's champions much more than we were. And final word, I think the European Union, and this is something that many of us have been saying for at least 20 years, bring us into various levels of EU activity even before we become members. And the migration crisis was a perfect example of that, where the countries of the Western Balkans had to sit at the high European Union table for the crisis to be resolved. And in that regard, minimum, let's start with bringing these countries into the big Future of Europe conference.
Tanya, gentlemen, you're very lucky now, because my last question was, will Serbia and the other countries will be in the EU 2025? But we don't have time to answer it. So I joke aside, I know that's a very difficult question, and I don't want to impose on any of you to answer it. And I see Simeon, because he's the next moderator, already waiting in line and waiting for us to finish. But I think the question, will we make it? Will the region make it? Will the countries that are candidates right now, that are heavily negotiating, will they make it by 2025? I only need one answer. Whoever was voluntary wanting to answer this, will 2025 be a D date? No answers. No answer is also an answer. I could say, but I don't do that, and I think it's more fair to leave that to a further discussion and to more science. I've been incredibly humbled by the science power that we had here. Thank you very much, Tanja Miščević, Stanos Tokos, Dr. Marek Dabrowski, and Ivan Vejvoda. I feel humble on this panel because the science that is surrounded here, I will not reach in my still yet young life. I will not reach it so far. Thank you very much, and I invite everybody to stay online and to go into the next panel with our dear friend Simeon Tsomokos and a gentleman called Peter Grk, Secretary General of Bled Strategic Forum. And by just speaking Serbian or the Balkanic languages, everybody knows that Mr. Grk, what it means, Grk, it means Greek, and he probably is placed on the wrong panel. He should have been on our panel. So we invite everybody to stay on and to listen to Mr. Grk and Simeon. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Medjedovic. And now I would like to introduce Mr. Simeon Tsomokos from Delphi Economic Forum, who will be a chair of the next conversation. Mr. Simeon, the floor is yours again.
Before we start our discussion with Peter, I would like to sincerely thank Alexander for chairing so masterly this last discussion. And I must admit, I would love to see an optimistic point of view that perhaps the region, Serbia, might be able to join in 2025. It will be hard, it will be difficult, but optimism, is something important in life. Peter, thank you very much. It's a great pleasure to welcome you to this, virtual forum. I thank you deeply and congratulations about you have achieved in the Bled forum that you host every September. As I was telling you over the telephone, we shall be delighted to find a way of cooperation with either the Delphi forum in Delphi, which we plan to host in May next year, or in Belgrade, or in other fora, because mind you, we do one in Plovdiv, Sofia forum every year, and also one in Tirana with Prime Minister Rama. So I welcome you. And of course, I need to introduce you that you're not only the Secretary General at the Bled Strategic Forum, but also you are the National Coordinator for the Western Balkans at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Slovenia. So with this, please tell us, how was the feeling, how was the atmosphere of the leaders' meeting they have had in Bled last September? There was a kind of an optimism about, the accession of the Western Balkans to the European Union. Is there a fatigue among the leaders that they're waiting so long about this? Can you give us a little flair, about how were the discussions in Bled during September?
Yeah, thank you very much, Simeon, and thank you very much to organizers for inviting me to this very interesting conference. I was while waiting for my panel and my conversation with you, I was listening to my dear friends in the previous panel, and basically, yeah, it's true. I should be also talking with them regarding the future of the Western Balkans, since I think we are finding ourselves at some kind of crossroads. Simply because, also pandemic and all the rest which is happening in the geostrategic community showed that the time to really enhance the relations between European Union and the countries of the Western Balkans is slowly running out. It's slowly running out, and if we are not going to do something important in the next few years, then other players, other actors are going to take our place, and I don't think this is this is something that the European Union or the Western Balkan countries would want. Now, the previous panel, and this is something that I would like to pretty much point out. The previous panel again talked about the stability of the Western Balkans. We are talking about the stability of the Western Balkans for the last 20 or 30 years, since the end of the wars on the territory of former Yugoslavia. And we are not talking nearly enough about progress. We are talking about stability, but we are not talking about progress. Stability is one thing, you know. Stability also means, if we look at the Western Balkans right now, status quo. It's stable, more or less. The problem is, if you look at the development gap between the Western Balkan countries and the countries of European Union, this is where we didn't do enough. We didn't close this gap as we have should, you know, in the last 20 years, and this is where there is work for us in the next years to come in order to better prepare these countries when the time comes to enter the European Union. And this must be done rather quickly, better now than later, because, as I said, the development gap, although we had a lot of initiatives, we have a Berlin process, we have regular meetings, we have you know, a lot of things which already have been agreed, but the development gap, be it on the infrastructural side, be it on the economic, be it on the energy side, is not getting any smaller. And I think this is one of the most important issues and things that we will need to address in the future relations between the EU and the Western Balkans. And maybe just a couple of words regarding Bled Strategic Forum and how was the mood inside of the EU. You know, EU is finding itself in a very interesting moment, of course. You know, we are living in a geostrategic reality, which is, I would say, as the Chinese would say, very interesting. And European Union will have to somehow adapt to this new geostrategic reality if we would like, or if we want to play a responsible role in the global arena. In this sense, I think in the European Union, or a lot of countries of European Union understand that we can't play a major role without consolidation of European continent. Only Europe, which is united and strong, can play a meaningful role in this new geostrategic reality. If we are not going to go down that road, I fear that, you know, we are not going to be able to successfully adapt to all the challenges which are coming. And I'm not talking just about pandemics, I'm talking about new digital instruments, I'm talking about G5, I'm talking about, you know, the things that artificial intelligence, for example, you know, the things that are coming and where European Union will have to be quick, will have to be united, and will have to somehow find a proper way in order to address these things successfully.
Peter, speaking about the stability factors, I was reading an article during the weekend about Bosnia and Herzegovina, that 25 years after Dayton, the country does not seem, you know, so stable as it should be. And I was wondering whether you have any assessment about this. And also a different question, is Ljubljana perhaps you know, concerned about the Chinese expansion in Southeast Europe? I mean, what is your, you know, what are you thinking about this? And I don't know whether, you know, you have investments from China these days in Slovenia. In Greece, as you know, we have the port of Piraeus, which has been, you know, taken a few years ago, and it is developed, of course, by China. But please let me know about Bosnia and, you know, China as well. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Simon. Regarding Bosnia, we had at the Bled Strategic Forum a nice conversation with the EU Special Representative for the Western Balkans and for the dialogue between Belgrade and Pristina, Ambassador Lajčák. And we talked also about Bosnia and Herzegovina. What he said is that, you know, it's time to somehow see how could we move, and I think this was nicely put, from some kind of Dayton Bosnia and Herzegovina towards EU Bosnia and Herzegovina, which, you know, it's nicely said, it's nicely put. How to do it? Well, this is a question for $1 million, and this is especially a question also for politicians and the political elites in the country of Bosnia and Herzegovina. But in terms of how we from the Slovenian side are looking at this is that, that we are having a presidency in 2021, second half of the year. And of course, Bosnia and Herzegovina, I think, is also going to be one of the priorities, at least in terms of the Southeastern Europe and the relations between EU and the countries of the Western Balkans, because we think that Bosnia is such a peculiar country, with a lot of problems, with a lot of issues, but also with a lot of perspective. With a lot of perspective, you have such a multicultural character of the country, which is
absolutely
very interesting and very very nice. In terms of China, and this is what I said already at the beginning, other global actors are going to be active and they're going to take their chances if we, European Unions, are not going to be active and put on the ground and implement all the things that we already agreed upon. It's not about papers, it's not about documents. We have so many agreed papers and documents that if we would implement them all, Western Balkans would already be in the European Union 10 years ago. The problem is in the implementation. The problem is there is no political will, there is no passion, there is no ambition. And this is something that I'm lacking. I'm not talking about new methodologies. I'm not talking about new technical instruments. What I'm talking is about the lack of political will to actually do what we have already written so many times in the papers. And if we are going to do that, if we are going to help the countries of the region produce or build infrastructural projects, if we are going to help them to kind of transit towards the green agenda and to green economy, then we shouldn't worry about other actors. It's our playground. Western Balkans is in the, at least this is my opinion, in the vital interest sphere of the European Union. And if we are not going to be able to play here in the Western Balkans a meaningful role, then we can't play a meaningful role anywhere in the world.
Peter, a final question regarding the economic developments in the region post-pandemia. European countries like Slovenia, Bulgaria, Greece, whatever, we will get some important support financial from the European Union. I'm wondering how the Western Balkans, will be affected, by the pandemic in the economic field. And mind you, because you are observing very well the Western Balkans, I was wondering how much they're going to, be able to recover or suffer, if you like, from the pandemic afterwards.
Yeah, well, it's hard to say. If we go back to Bosnia and Herzegovina, you know how they say in Bosnia, I mean, we don't feel the crisis because we are in a permanent state of crisis. So definitely, I would like to underline here the help which was being given by the European Union. And I think this is going to go a long way into alleviate all the problems in terms of economic survival after the pandemics. But on the other hand, what I would like to stress is the following. I listened to Tanya before in the panel, which was before me, and regional economic area. This is a beautiful idea. Basically, it's something that definitely needs to be implemented. Some of the things have already been, but there is much more to do. And the problem which I see is that until all the political and security issues, especially political, bilateral, from historic times, are settled in the Western Balkans, then this regional cooperation will always be hampered, This is why I think, I think what was done between Greece and North Macedonia, this is something unbelievable. And it gave so much optimism to regional cooperation and the boost. If you look at the numbers, the boost between trade between North Macedonia, Greece, Bulgaria, it went up after the agreement. And this is why I think this could be some kind of nice model on how to solve with a lot of compromises, with a lot of political will, with a lot of sense of looking into the future, model how to solve the remaining issues. Because when we solve these remaining issues, also the regional cooperation among the countries in the region will get unbelievable boost. And this is something that I think it's crucial if we want to really implement the things that we agreed upon.
Peter, thank you very much for your time, for your participation. I would like also to share, this optimistic note that sooner or later we are there for regional cooperation, economic and political. And we'll be in touch in the next few months so that we see how Bled and Delphi can cooperate in the region. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Simon, and thank you to organizers for inviting me.
Sure, thank you.
Bye-bye.
I pass it to Alexandra Vulovic for the rest.
Okružen sam ljudima kojima verujem. Uz njihovu posvećenost i stručnost raste i moje poslovanje. Oni znaju moje potrebe i uvek su tu za mene kada mi je to potrebno. Zato je važno da moja banka bude po mojoj meri. Eurobank, jednostavno moja.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is a genuine pleasure. It is a genuine pleasure to host panel Southeast Europe Energy Cooperation and Stability. I know it's 5 o'clock. We already passed actually 5 o'clock. It's end of the day. We are probably all impatient to wrap up the day, but I hope that this is going to be a great opportunity. We have a great panelist today that I would like to introduce right now. And let me start from Ms. Zuzana Hargitai. Did I pronounce good? I was wondering, is it G or E? It's a regional director from Western Balkan CBRD. Professor Yanis Maniatis, Minister of Environment, Energy and Climate Change from 2013 to 2015 from Greece. Sander van Rooselaar, that we remember from last year, and it's the Deputy Head of Communication from Turkstream, and George Ionau, CEO of Energy Exchange Group. So if you don't mind all, I will start with Professor Maniatis. He's right now in the 2 conferences at the same time. And I would like to give him a floor in the first place so we can hear his views on this topic and maybe ask him a question or 2 if his agenda allows us. So Professor Maniatis, floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vulovic. As it happens to many of us, we have 2 or even sometimes 3 parallel obligations to participate this time.
Professor, I think you're on mute. Can you please unmute yourself?
No, I am okay.
Okay, sorry.
Can you hear me?
No, now it's all good.
Is it okay now?
Yes, okay. Please go ahead.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for the invitation to participate, and thank you for giving me a priority because I participate in another meeting held in Thessaloniki about pandemic and its relationship with the climate crisis. So thanks for the invitation. I want to thank Simon Tsomokos and the organizers. Hopefully that next year we will meet in Belgrade. One of my favorite mottos is that in unity there is strength, a saying which was first recorded in the Aeschylean Greek poet Homer. And this saying is nowhere truer than in our region, because I think we all agree that the people of the Balkans have great potential as long as we ensure that our past differences become history, that now we focus together on a shared future. The past 20 years show that Balkan countries are increasingly cooperating to address shared challenges like energy shortages, pollution, transport, cross-border criminal activities. I note the work of the cooperation in Southeast Europe and of the Regional Cooperation Council. Many initiatives are backed by European institutions, and the instrument for pre-accession assistance provided the region with about 3 billion euros assistance during the period 2014-2020, specifically which promotes regional cooperation in various sectors. Greece strongly supports the integration of the Balkans with the European Union, and I am proud that I was personally involved in the governments which promoted landmark initiatives like Energy Community, the Thessaloniki Agenda for the Western Balkans, and the Agenda 2014. Now, the road to full integration has challenges, but progress is being made towards the region's European perspective. After all, EU companies lead investments in the Western Balkans. It's about 65% of foreign direct investment in the region. And last year, the European Union accounted for more than 69% of the region's total trade. Now, we must focus on promoting greater connections between societies and connectivity through infrastructure for energy security. Now, regarding energy security, the Western Balkans and the EU share in varying degrees, of course, similar challenges. To express things simply, we have an excessive dependence on imports and an excessive reliance on hydrocarbons, creating threats to our security and to our planet's sustainability. Today, I want to focus on the first fundamental challenge, overcoming import dependence, Serbian and Balkans' access to the Southern Gas Corridor. A steady flow of energy is vital for all our economies and societies. This is why it is crucial that we have access to competitive, affordable, and secure energy. The starting point to overcome problems related to this dependence today is the diversification of sources and routes, as we all know. The European Union's major policy initiative to achieve this is the Southern Gas Corridor. I was personally involved with the development of TAP, the pipeline project that opens the corridor transporting Azeri gas to markets in Europe. So I was extremely proud that last week TAP began its first commercial operations. TAP opens the way for Southeast Europe's access to the Southern Gas Corridor. And with TAP, the Western Balkans become a transit route for gas imports in the European Union, and I could say in 4 ways. 1, TAP's gas reaches Europe via Greece and Albania, developing along the way Albania's gas market. The second is that TAP can provide an exit point to the potential Ionian Adriatic pipeline to link the markets in Croatia, Albania, Montenegro, and Bosnia and Herzegovina. The third is that TAP connects the other countries with the Greek network. And of course, fourth and crucially, it connects with the interconnector Greece-Bulgaria, the well-known IGB pipeline. IGB is now under construction and will be operational according to its timetable, will be operational by July 2021. We pushed hard to promote the IGB from its one side as a project of bilateral significance to a project of regional importance. And the IGB is indeed a catalyst for multi-state integration, providing access to the Southern Corridor and the real diversification of gas supplies. And it achieves this because it is the starting point of the so-called vertical corridor, connecting a network of existing and proposed natural gas infrastructure projects. And the second, it's the first time from diversified sources from Greece through Bulgaria to the greater northern region and western region. The impact IGB's impact will be maximized further by the Alexandroupolis FSRU, which is going to be completed, adding LNG supplies to the region's portfolio from the global market. One of the key projects that could be supplied is the Bulgaria-Serbia project, the IBS. And this project, together with the plant Serbia-Romania, and let's hope in a few years, the Serbia-Croatia interconnectors have direct benefits. The increased gas supply, boosting competition in line with the EU third energy package rules, greater inter-system connectivity and European integration, and of course increased security with that diversified gas supply. During the Greek presidency, the European Union's Greek presidency in 2014, when I presided the Energy Council meetings, we consistently defended the right of our Southeast European countries for access via Greece to the Southern Gas Corridor. Serbia's connection to the Turk Stream is also a strategic project and creates an alternative supply route for Russian gas. Over the last years, we see Serbia and other regional governments' commitments to cooperate to improve cross-border connections. Other examples include developing the LNG terminals at the Croatian island of Cork and in Albania, 5 interconnectors linking Croatia, Bosnia and Herzegovina, Serbia and Bulgaria, and the proposed Ionian Adriatic pipeline. All these connections are the main precondition for implementation of EU standards and regulations to bring in investment and build a regional energy market. There is still a lot to do, aligned with the EU acquis. Work is continuing within the energy community. However, I salute the progress and political will for building connectivity. Before concluding, let me briefly refer to the second fundamental challenge, which is our reliance on hydrocarbons. Greece, like Serbia, has relied on lignite. The Western Balkans are Europe's most energy-intense countries. Continuing our efforts to achieve European climate targets, the current Greek government pledges to phase out coal-powered electricity production by 2028 in the coming 80 years. This must become a regional priority. Efforts are being made. I was pleased to read in the European Union's 2020 Serbia report about legislative progress in this respect. There is huge potential for more. The two areas where the Western Balkans have indigenous potential and can derive benefits from cross-border integration are renewables and energy efficiency. A new report by the IRENA agency estimates that within the next 10 years, the economies of Central and Southeastern Europe could cover 30% of energy demand cost-effectively with renewables. The renewables roadmap of the Central and Southeastern Europe Energy Connectivity Initiative shows that increasing renewables saves the region about 3 billion euros each year in energy costs in 2030. Finally, I have to mention the COVID-19 crisis. Because of the pandemic, the Commission estimates a possible drop of more than 6% of GDP in the region. Making investments in energy transition a priority can relieve the socioeconomic impact of COVID, stimulate green recovery, and accelerate the transformation of the energy sector. But no country can do this alone. A regional approach for finding large investments in the modernization of distribution systems and storage facilities yields the highest returns, and projects realized at the cross-border rather than just in national level bring economies of scale. Because as I said at the start of my intervention, in unity there is strength. We need regional cooperation within a strong European Union. And to be complete, the European Union also needs Serbia and the Western Balkans. I look forward to deeper relations between Greece, Serbia, and the region. And I think we will not stop working until we achieve our common historical destiny. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Professor. And I think it seems like you're in a rush. And I do receive signs from over here that I have to pass on to the next panelist. Thank you very much for your time. I know you're scheduled for the next conference as well. Thanks. I did have a few questions, but maybe we can leave it for next year when there is more, let's say, like space, and maybe we can also meet in person, of course. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Ms. Hargitai, floor is yours. So let's see, I noticed over there during the professor's speech, you were approving and nodding when it comes to the renewable energy and when it comes to diversification and when it comes to actually the role of new investments through the reforms to new projects. So maybe you can tell us a little bit more about EBRD perspective and EBRD strategies and policies when it comes to the cooperation among the countries in the region and the stability that comes with it.
Thank you very much, Alexander. And thank you, my fellow panelists, but all the audience that we might have kept, because I've got also a couple of messages to share with you. So EBRD to date has financed around 1.3 billion worth of investments in the Western Balkans, and in the coming 7 years, we can easily double it. Now, what is it that we are doing? We're financing investments, as I said, but we are also providing policy reform advice. The 6 countries of the Western Balkans, they are part of at least two important recently adopted agendas. One is the Green Agenda for the Western Balkans, and all the 6 leaders signed up to it at the Sofia summit of the Berlin process. And also the energy sector features very strongly in the EU's economic and investment plan. So if I have 1 minute, I would convey very short messages. And then if you allow me another 3 minutes, I would elaborate on them.
Please go ahead.
So 7 extremely simple messages, and I very much hope that colleagues would also be nodding as I did during Professor Maniatis' presentation. Number 1, whatever we think, the carbon debate is over. So we are not discussing whether or how, it's over. Decisions are taken in Europe, and Western Balkan is part of Europe. Number 2, again, just to follow up on what Professor Maniatis was saying, coal is not cheap. So let us demystify it. Coal is not cheap even now. Number 2, or number 3 rather, in terms of messages, there is no future for coal in the European Union or in its neighborhood, meaning the Western Balkans. Number 4, renewables are cheap. And again, I'm happy to dwell on it. Number 5, that governments in the Western Balkans don't have to do all at once. Wane away from coal, develop infrastructure, interconnections, and renewables. It can be sequenced, it's plannable. Number 6, that Western Balkan countries must invest in their networks, domestic and international, both in power and in gas. And number 7 message is that we consider at EBRD that gas is important, a very important transition fuel in the country's transition, 5 out of the 6 Western Balkan countries from coal to a greener future. Gas investments are possible, but let us face it, it's challenging because the tide is turning. So let us make decision fast. Any such investments have to be what we call aligned with the Paris Agreement. Now, the good news is that EBRD can help. Decarbonization and carbon debate is over. Just to illustrate, again, as the audience would know, fellow panelists definitely know, that the European Union adopted a net zero target for emissions to be achieved by 2050. China adopted a net zero target to be achieved by 2060, with a peak in emissions in 2030. But it's not just about countries, and the list is long. The issue is, and again, attracting the attention of audience from Serbia, that this is also the decision of corporations. So Shell wants to go net zero emitting by 2050. Volkswagen wants to reach it also by 2050. So whoever is investing in our countries in the Western Balkans will be looking at green certificates, will be looking at the source of their energy all along. Now, coal, as I said, is not cheap, but it might look cheap. It might look cheap because it's now fully depreciated, the related assets, and there are no externalities included. But mining, as we are speaking about it now, is expensive. Again, we can discuss how much subsidy coal mines are receiving now. Mining is difficult because it's getting more complicated and dirty. And coal-fired power plants are very expensive, especially if we take into account the externalities. Carbon has a cost, whether it's imposed by governments like Montenegro has imposed it, or someone else will impose it, like the carbon border tax that is forthcoming from the European Union. So the question that the governments should ask, at least 4 out of now of the 6 Western Balkan governments, whether they want to commit their consumers, corporates and retail consumers alike, to the most expensive power in Europe generated by coal. So who wants to be the last to close coal plants? We have just heard from Professor Maniatis that Greece has decided to close the last coal-fired power plant by end 2027. Poland commits to close the last one to 2049, the rest of Europe 2025, pardon, with the exception of Germany, which commits to shut down the last coal-fired plant in 2038. So it's time for us to give another thought what new coal-fired power plants we want to invest in. Solar is becoming ever cheaper, and whoever doubts it, I'm happy to share data from Portugal through Albania to Armenia or Egypt. But the good news is that none of those data would come from feed-in tariffs. All investors offer long-term price certainty, either a fixed power purchase agreement or a contract for difference kind of structure. And again, the trend is to tender competitively. Albania has just issued now the second tender for solar capacity. What about gas? So, okay, 1/3 of CO2 emissions of coal, that's already an advantage, but let's face it, it still emits. So EBRD's energy strategy that is valid until the end of 2023 says we can invest in gas where it is consistent with a low carbon trajectory, including testing against shadow carbon price. But there is growing concern among stakeholders whether this approach is consistent with a net zero world or whether EBRD is additional. So again, we are building up a narrative, and I appeal for the support of governments from the Western Balkans, how investments in gas can work against the narrative of committing to stop generating coal-fired power from coal-fired power plants. So we can think together with governments, discreetly, but with very well evidenced strategies. What should be the country's climate and energy strategy? We can help, as we have been doing, with launching renewable auctions. We can invest in networks. We can also help with just transition for the coal regions. And it seems we can probably help you invest in gas, but the decisions have to come quickly. I'm very happy to answer any further questions. Thank you very much, Alexander.
Thank you, Ms. Hargitari. Very interesting speech. I'm also specifically intrigued about the solar plants and what you mentioned, that they're actually examples, because I used to be in a wind farm development industry. I was developer for more than 6 years, and I developed 3 wind farms in Serbia. So it's very interesting to see actually, can plants survive and be profitable without a feed-in tariff? Well, maybe later on. If
later on, let's revisit this issue. I think we shall have other questions on that, but I noted it down.
Okay, thank you very much. So now maybe we can pass to Sander and talk a little bit about the Turk stream. Professor Maniatis talked a lot about the TAP. So now let's see your perspective about the Turk stream and the need for collaboration between the companies and the countries as well.
Turk stream is actually in a similar position as TAP. It's an additional import route of natural gas towards Europe. Eventually, having more options for import creates more security of supply and also lower gas prices for the end consumers. So these are all clear benefits for Serbia, for Bulgaria, Greece, and actually all countries in the Balkan region. Turk stream itself has started operations in January this year. Firstly, with supplying natural gas to Turkey and limited quantities to Bulgaria as well. But now other nations are stepping up their efforts to develop their own domestic pipeline infrastructure. So in Bulgaria, Bulgartransgaz announced earlier this month that they have finalized their pipeline system, so the extension of Turk stream called Balkan stream. And in Serbia, the pipes are in the ground already as well. So everybody is playing their own role in this big gas infrastructure puzzle. And so eventually this will lead to the operations of Balkan stream and scaling up the capacity of Turk stream. So the system itself, crossing the Black Sea to Turkey, has a capacity of 31.5 billion cubic meters. Half of it is destined for the Turkish market, and the other half for European consumers. If you look at the Balkan region, including Serbia, and what the previous speaker highlighted as well, there's a dominance of coal in the energy mix. So not only from a carbon emissions perspective, it's important to phase out coal, but also for a public health perspective. The amount of pollutants in the air, especially in larger cities like Sofia, but also in Belgrade, is damaging for health, and it results in lesser lifetime expectancy for the residents. So this transition towards renewables, but first phasing out coal and looking for cleaner alternatives, that's clearly in line with European policies, and it's something that countries really cannot wait to do. Having more options in import streams for example with TANAP and with TAP, and also Turk stream coming on stream in Bulgaria and the Balkan region. There's also the alternative of LNG. So we've seen the amount of LNG coming to the European market increase. For example, coming from the United States. And with the current situation where there is an oversupply of natural gas, LNG is seen as an attractive alternative because it can be purchased in the spot market. There is a large difference in the carbon footprint, though, if you compare LNG with pipeline gas. So the difference, depending on the producer, is between 60 and 170% higher carbon emissions of LNG compared to pipeline gas. This difference is mainly explained by the process of liquefying the gas, or bringing it to an extremely low temperature in order to transport it by boat. And for certain countries, for example, in Australia, but also in the United States, the production method has a high carbon footprint. It's really carbon intensive because of the process of fracking. So there's a lot of energy required to actually produce the gas. Therefore, in Europe, it's not only important to look at the pricing of the natural gas, but also look at the carbon footprint over the entire life cycle of natural gas. That should be taken into consideration. A lot of these individual gas projects have already been mentioned. The interconnectivity between Greece and Bulgaria, interconnectivity between Bulgaria and Serbia. This all helps to make sure that gas flows to the region where it's required. And that's, well, it's actually a big compliment to the European Union that all this interconnectivity is created, increasing security of supply, and also in the combat to energy poverty, which is still an issue in the Balkan region. Thank you. I'll take any questions if they are there already.
Well, thank you very much, Sander. I'm receiving the signs over here that I have to pass on the floor to George Ionau from the Energy Exchange Group. We have, let's say, like 10 minutes or so. So let's give George floor as well.
Thank you very much, Alexander. I would like to thank the organizers for the invitation, and I have to congratulate all the speakers that I have heard up to now for the very acute and interesting statements concerning the possibilities of cooperation and interaction among the Southeast European countries that in the last let's say 6 or 8 months, we have been in the center of many interesting, I would say, political interactions, in a sense. I would touch upon a few things that are interesting for Southeastern Europe concerning, at the beginning, the electricity market, because I come from the energy exchange that the first steps focuses on electricity. So we are living through interesting times. We have embarked on a journey that has led us to the implementation of the target model after many, many years and many delays, but we are here. We have done it, and it works, I would dare to say, perfectly, and against all odds that required a lot of time for testing, etc. The target model is on. And it's the basis for interaction in the electricity market among the countries of the Balkans and beyond. For us, it is a unique development that we're looking forward to link it to the cooperation with our neighboring countries. And how will that happen? It will happen through the market coupling. The market coupling is coming. We're confident about that. We're looking forward to the steps that will lead us in this transition. And we want all the neighbors to be part of this effort. The first step will be with Italy. The next step will be with Bulgaria. And we're looking forward to all of this happening and realizing a transition that is important, extremely important for the Balkan region. So number one is target model, number two is market coupling, and then the major issue that was raised, that was underlined by previous speakers as well, is interconnections. How do we expand these capacities and include them in the new model through implicit allocation that basically allows for the optimization of the whole process, which is something that doesn't happen today, but it's something that will happen in the future, that has happened in the rest of Europe, and has increased the belief in this market. We want this to happen. It will happen. And there are some contracts that have already been signed with Bulgaria, with 600 megawatts. We hope something to happen with Italy. We believe that what will happen with Eurasia and Cyprus, it's something that will be realized because this will bring true liquidity to the market, something that is missing from the market. And then it would translate Western Balkans from a corner of Europe into a central port of what is happening with respect to electricity. I strongly believe that we can do it, and it's one of the major cornerstones for potential cooperation and interaction. I want to touch upon something that is extremely important, and it was raised by previous speakers as well, and that's gas, natural gas. In Greece here, in the summer, we will have a trading platform developed by the Hellenic Energy Exchange. We believe that this platform could be a basis for things to happen in the future. And that's something that relates to the developments in our area. We have TAP, we have the increase of the capacity of Revithoussa, entry point for LNG in the Balkans. We have Alexandroupolis and the FSRU, which changes the way the network is structured. And we have the potential, not TAP, but the potential of Eurasia that will be a game changer. So things are moving in a direction that secures many perspectives for multiple players in the area and creates the environment for interaction, cooperation, and true friendship, I would say, among all the Balkan countries. And as I conclude this statement, because it's 6:59, and I want to be very, very acute with respect to time, is we want to forget Balkanization. We want to leave it in the past. It was all about differences.
And George, I believe you're on mute right now, maybe.
Right?
Now it's better.
I want to go back to Balkanization, and I said, we don't want to go to Balkanization. We want to move to something that is cooperation, interaction, and future of all the Balkan countries, and I believe that since it's about the Belgrade summit today, it's center of the Western Balkans, and you have to capitalize on that. So thank you very much for this opportunity, and I hope I conveyed many messages concerning what are the things that are happening in Greece and how they can, let's say, be infused to what is happening in the Western Balkans in general. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So I have a question for all of you. In order to have a better energy cooperation that will lead to the stability, do you believe that the initiative for better cooperation should come up from the government or for the market itself? Or is it a mix of both? Because now we are talking about the need for the better cooperation. So who's going to be the one that's going to be actually trigger that? Will be the government officials? Will be the lending banks? Will be the market itself? So maybe to start from you, Zuzana, if you don't mind.
Easy question. Look, my take is that it will have to come from the governments. Energy is a regulated industry. A lot of us talked about interconnections, market regulations, market coupling. So the governments will be pushed, hopefully also by power utilities as well as private investors. And we shall nudge and advise as international financial institutions, or as the case is, the Energy Community Secretariat based on the Energy Community Treaty. That's my take.
Okay. Thank you. What's your opinion on this subject, Sander?
Well, in fact, governments are already really involved in development of the infrastructure. Most of the domestic pipeline operators, so I'm now speaking about the gas industry where we are active, the government are the main shareholders of these companies. So that's also a way to influence how the infrastructure is developed. So I fully agree with Susanna that governments play a crucial role.
Okay, thank you, Sander. George, what will be your opinion on this? As you mentioned, you're a little bit, let's say, like you're focusing on the market as a force that will actually trigger so many changes. So do you also believe that the government should be the one that's going to trigger better cooperation, or the market can have impact as well?
Well, I will have to support what I said. So, but from one side, yes, the energy, electricity is very, very heavily regulated. So we have to take that into account. On the other hand, there are a lot of developments that give a boost to market forces. And we have to take that into consideration because we're gonna see things that come from the market that were so unexpected, so different from what is the regular view, that we have to be ready for that. So I would agree, governments will play a pivotal role, and they should be aware of new things that are coming, and they should not be surprised by new realities.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you very much, George. I believe we came to the end of the panel. And do you have any questions that you like to, let's say, like ask among each others, or should I wrap it up and close up the session? I'm receiving
Alexander, I think we could continue this discussion forever, but I'm conscious that the next panel is up. So look, we'll take it offline with Sander and George and discuss, including your question about whether feed-in tariffs are still needed or not.
Yes. Well, thank you very much. It was a pleasure. I do have it.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Za vas koji živite svoj biznis, koji otvarate sa prvim zracima sunca, za vaše kupce kojima ste prvi izbor, za vas koji mislite na svaki detalj. U izazovima pronalazite motivaciju. Tu smo da zajedno postignemo više. Posetite Visa platformu za podršku malom biznisu.
Dobar dan, dragi gledaoci. Velika mi je čast da najavim na 20. po redu Beogradskom ekonomskom forumu panel na temu Connectivity Issues u jugoistočnoj Evropi i takođe mi je velika čast da najavim novoimenovog ministra transporta, izgradnje i industrije, gospodina Tomislava Momirovića. Gospodine Momiroviću, izvolite, molim vas. Ja ne čujem ništa.
Jel me čujete?
Sad vas čujemo, da.
Ok, hvala. Počastvovan sam učešće na Beogradskom ekonomskom forumu i što imam priliku da izlažem na ovaj način i da se obratim svim slušalcima. Jeste ovo malo, kažem, nov način komunikacije, iskreno bude moj prvi put da ovako se obraćam i da držim govor, ali ajde da probam da se fokusiram i da iznesem najbolje što umem, ono šta radi ministarstvo, kakvi su naši planovi i šta planiramo da uradimo u budućnosti. Pre nego što krenem i osvrnem se na sadašnjost i budućnost, volio bi da napravim neku rekapitulaciju prethodnih, ajde kažem, možda čak i decenija. Dugo su razni političari u prethodnim decenijama pozivali se da je Srbija lider u regionu, pozivali se na Srbiju kao najveću zemlju u regionu, ali su zaboravili da napomenu koliko je malo investicija u infrastrukturu bilo urađeno. Nije bitno da li je u pitanju putna, da li je u pitanju železnička infrastruktura, da li je vodna infrastruktura, da li je turističkom sektoru infrastruktura. Da ne pričamo o aerodromu Beograd koji je imao manji promet nego aerodrom u Zagrebu, a da ga ne poredimo sa aerodromima u Budimpeštu i u Bukureštu koji su daleko moćni i veći aerodrom. Na našu sreću sve se to promenilo 2014. kada je Aleksandar Vučić preuzeo odgovornost i kada je stavio infrastrukturu u sam fokus svog delovanja. Od tada do danas Ministarstvo građevinarstva, saobraćaja i infrastrukture je stub realizacije i nekako okosnica politike predsjednika Republike, a sve vlade pre ove, a i ova kao vlada kontinuiteta, imaju fokus u investicijama i u razvoju infrastrukture. Napomenut ću samo par stvari koje smo mi do sada uradili. Posle više izgubljenih decenija uspeli smo da završimo južni krak koridora 10, do Severne Makedonije i Grčke. Takođe spojili smo se u drugim krakom koridora 10 do Bugarske i tu danas imamo jedan autoput koji podsjeća na moderne evropske saobraćajnice i gde lako komunicirate drumskim saobraćajem. Na bazi plana i vizije i dobrih odnosa predsjednika sa turskim predsjednikom, Ministarstvo građevinarstva, saobraćaja i infrastrukture danas radi na realizaciji izgradnje autoputa Beograd-Sarajevo i to u dva pravca. Jedan je kružni Sremska Rača, Bijeljina u dužini od 18 km, a drugi su radovi Požega-Kotroman u dužini od 60 km. Napravio bi u stvari sad malo bi se ovdje zaustavio i rekao bi dokle smo došli. Znači u prošlosti mi smo napravili autoput Beograd-Čačak, to je jedan put o kojem se pričalo zaista decenijama. Svi koji poznaju Srbiju znaju koliko je zapadna Srbija u stvari ekonomski aktivna, koliko stanovništva tu živi, koliko je ta trgovina koja postoji tu jako živa i koliko je u stvari frekvencija između Beograda, Crne Gore i Bosne i Hercegovine u stvari kičma zdrave ekonomije Republike Srbije i regiona. Ona do skoro nije imala kvalitetnu infrastrukturu i to se sada povezalo. Mi smo rešeni da izgradimo autoput do Podgorice i autoput do Sarajeva i ono što bih želeo ovde zaista jasno da podvučem da ova vlada i politika predsjednika Republike neće biti vlada koja će spraviti barijere, koja će jačati granice, koja će praviti bilo kakve vidove ekonomskog, birokratskog, političkog razdvajanja naroda i država. Naprotiv, mi smo rešeni da ekonomski potpuno spojimo region, da region postane jedna mala Evropska unija pre nego što se svi zajedno povežemo sa Evropskom unijom i u tom smislu je za nas jako važan projekat Mali Šengen u kojem bi sve zemlje koje trenutno nisu delovi Evropske unije, i Srbija, i Bosna i Hercegovina, i Crna Gora, i Albanija, i Kosovo kao administrativni poseban deo, i Makedonija bili deo jedinstvenog ekonomskog prostora u kojem bi komunikacija između ljudi bila maksimalno jednostavna, u kojoj bi ekonomski život bio jako razvijen, jer mi nemamo drugu opciju osim da sarađujemo zajedno. Pomenuo sam i Crnu Goru, ne znam da li bih trebao dodatno da na tome insistiram. Mi smo tek u fazi izgradnje kvalitetne infrastrukture i tek smo na putu da se zaista kvalitetno povežemo sa Beograda sa Podgoricom i onda dalje sa Lukom Bar i to ćemo sigurno uraditi u narednom periodu. Pored putne infrastrukture, ono na što sam i ja lično ponosan i mislim da može svaki građanin ove zemlje da bude ponosan, to su neverovatne investicije u železničku infrastrukturu. Mi danas prisustvujemo kroz investicije renesansi i podizanju železničke infrastrukture, jer naši građani su potpuno zaboravili šta je železnica. Nijedan segment infrastrukture nije doživio takvu devastaciju kao železnica u prethodnih decenija. Putnički saobraćaj je zaista spao na najniže moguće grane i mi smo rešeni da to radikalno promenimo i u tom smislu mi trenutno realizujemo ogromne investicije na relaciji Beograd-Novi Sad. Naš cilj je da do kraja sledeće godine ljudi iz Beograda mogu da odu na pozorišnu predstavu do Novog Sada, odu negde na večeru i vrate se kući u Beograd. U obrnutom smeru, može da se desi drugačije, da iz Novog Sada da dođu u Beograd. Očekujemo da će brza pruga koja će se odvijati 200 na sat između Beograda i Novog Sada biti živa u narednih godinu dana. Na tome zaista svi radimo i to je apsolutni prioritet ministarstva, a taj prioritet prati obećanje dato predsjedniku da će vozovi na toj železničkoj prugi biti aktivni do kraja sledeće godine. Takođe, posle više decenija pripremili smo i počeli realizaciju i investicioni plan za unapređenje transportne infrastrukture Dunava, Save i Tise, vredan £500 milijarde eura. Rekonstruišemo brodske predvodnice Đerdap 1 i Đerdap 2, koje su transportna kičma Dunava, gradimo i širimo kapacitete luke u Smederevu, Beogradu, Prahovu, Bogojevu, Sremskoj Mitrovici i uklanjamo sve barijere koje su iz prethodnog perioda ostale, čime ćemo omogućiti brzi i efikasniji transport Dunavom. U cilju ostvarivanja logističkog povezivanja regiona Zapadnog Balkana razvijamo takozvani koncept suvih luka. I to ne samo kroz izgradnju intermodalnog terminala u Batajnici, na kojem smo bili i predsjednik i ja prisutni pre nekoliko dana, već i kroz projektovanje nove luke u Beogradu, upravo po modelu tom koje će Beograd spajati sa Solunom, Pirejom, Rijekom i lukom u Konstanciji. Na kraju želeo bih da podvučem još jednu stvar koja je potpuno nova na političkoj i infrastrukturnoj agendi, ne samo Srbije, već i Evrope i celog sveta. Naše ekonomije su zaista jako ugrožene sa širenjem virusa, korona i sa devastacijom koju ona provodi po svim sektorima ekonomskim na našoj planeti. Mi kao Ministarstvo građevinarstva, saobraćaja i infrastrukture i mi kao Vlada Republike Srbije nećemo dozvoliti da napredak i ekonomski progres koji se desio prethodnih godina i ekonomski standard koji je porastao u prethodnim godinama, a on je vrlo jasan i vrlo nominalno jasno izražen i može se najbolje odraziti i vidjeti kroz plate koje su porasle među našim građanima. Mi nećemo dozvoliti da to ode unazad zato što je privatni sektor pod velikim pritiskom i zato što su investicije smanjene u privatnom sektoru i vjerovatno će biti značajno smanjene naredne godine, jer mi ćemo sasvim sigurno sledeće godine biti ili u kriznoj godini usled nerešavanja pitanja korone virusa ili u prvoj post-korona godini koja će takođe biti obeležena izvesnom krizom investiranja u privatnom sektoru. Budžet ministarstva ima rekordne iznose i mi smo rešili kao javni sektor i kao vlada da generišemo velike investicije, pre svega u infrastrukturne projekte koje su falile u prethodnim decenijama, kako bi ekonomski našu zemlju održali na površinu i kako bi ostvarili projektovani rast bruto društvenog proizvoda u iznosu od 5%. Mi, nažalost, nismo birali da se nađemo u ovom periodu tu gde jesmo, ali smo rešeni da i Srbiju i ceo region ekonomski održimo iznad vode, jer smatramo da će vrlo brzo ova situacija proći, da ćemo nastaviti normalnim tokom i da ćemo moći da stavimo fokus na privatni sektor. Nažalost, sledeće godine neće biti ta, morat ćemo da spašavamo našu ekonomiju i velikim investicijama u javnom sektoru. Ne znam da li sam zadovoljio vaša očekivanja ovim nastupom. Hvala vam puno na prilici da se obratim vama i stojim na raspolaganju u budućnosti da poboljšamo i nastavimo saradnju.
Hvala vam puno, dragi ministre. Hvala vam na iscrpnom izlaganju vezanom za trenutnu problematiku i procese koje vaša vlada uspešno realizuje u datim vremenima i nadam se da ćemo moći da zajedno doprinesemo budućem brzom razvoju kako ekonomskom, tako i u ovom povezivanju. Hvala još jednom.
Hvala još jednom.
Prijetno. Now, dear speakers, I would like to continue in English. I hope you all hear me and understand me. I have honor and privilege to announce my next speakers in connectivity issues in Southeast Europe. First, I would like to announce Mr. Dmitry Pankin, President of the Board of Directors, Black Sea Trade and Development Bank. Then Franco Nicolo Cupolo, CEO Thessaloniki Port Authority, and Mr. Simon Ellis, Program Leader for the Western Balkans within World Bank. If we all agree, I would like first to allow Mr. Dmitry Pankin to open a discussion on the connectivity issues in Southeast Europe subject. So, Mr. Pankin, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your invitation. And again, Belgrade Economic Forum is a traditional place for discuss kind of connectivity issue, infrastructure issue in Balkans country. For us, we are a regional financial institution, and of course, as an international financial institution, they like infrastructure, and regional institutions especially like kind of connectivity between regional countries. So again, this is our topic. But again, now we are in the middle of pandemic, in the middle of this health crisis. So again, there is some bad news as usual and good news. Let's start with bad news. Bad news, of course, there is no all major problem of all our country is to support medium-sized small business, to support restaurant, hotel. We have huge crisis in restaurant, hotels activity in Greece, in Bulgaria. So that's why, again, our focus is not in infrastructure, but focus of our country is in like this, first of all, health question, and then support of small and medium-sized company. This is true. Of course, in that case, we have huge budget deficit this year in all European Union countries. Forget about Maastricht criteria, about 3% GDP deficit, so it will be around 10% GDP deficit, huge growth of government debt in all European Union member countries. That's why in that condition, it will be very difficult to expect additional money for infrastructure projects. And again, if we are talking about road, airport, what kind of discussion could be if we are living in lockdown, aircraft is not flying. In Greece, at least, there is forbidden to go from one city to another city, lockdown. That's why this is kind of bad news for infrastructure and for discussion on connectivity project. But again, what kind of good news? Good news, of course, there is new environment and new requirement for infrastructure, especially we are talking about digital infrastructure, as now we are on digital connection. And again, there is a lot of interesting projects in digital connectivity. This is the first. Second, I think, question about, again, government has no money to finance infrastructure project. But now, if we see what kind of efforts is done by European Central Bank, by Federal Reserve System, in order to print, in order to push monetary supply, and we have, I don't remember time in our history when for many years we have negative interest rate, when even Greece 10 years borrowing less than 1% interest rate. This 1 year borrowing is negative interest rate in Greece. That's why, what does it mean? It's the right time for private sector to invest in infrastructure project with such interest rate. It will be not let's say not very expensive, because one story is invest when interest rate is like 5%, and to attract borrowing and attract external money and to repay this huge interest rate, and totally different story when we have interest rate at around 0.1%. So this is the right time for private sector to went to infrastructure project and to participate in private-public sector initiatives.
I have one question to
yeah,
ask.
sure.
You have a huge experience in the investment industry. How is it possible for the developer to gain access to the funds if if one doesn't have a very good credit rate? How can he access the funds during the pandemic crisis in this region, since if he has no good credit history, or greenfield startup projects? Because my understanding is that there is enormous amount of money waiting to be organized in the world, but it's there is very small number of companies that credit history allows them to apply for. So do you have any suggestions for the young businesses, for the greenfield investments, for the startups? How can they gain access to the good, cheap funds? Thank you.
You see, there is maybe two parts of question. First part of question, what will be access for SMEs company who has no good history, no, let's say, track record, no good rating? In that case, this kind of necessary to launch program of government guarantee. For example, here we have Hellenic Development Bank in Greece, and the Hellenic Development Bank provide such a guarantee support for SMEs. The same story in Bulgaria. Bulgarian Development Bank providing huge line of this kind of guarantee support, and it works. This is the one part of the story. If we are talking about more medium-sized company, more like municipality, authority, regional authority, I see big problem that they have lack of money to prepare good feasibility study. So question is to spend first money on feasibility study, on like legal due diligence, on environmental issue, and exactly in that case, I see now role of international financial institution, because we have some capacity, we have some technical assistance fund, we have experience to work on all this issue, and in that case, our role will be, again, not to start provide loan for medium-sized company or like for municipality, but first to help this entity to prepare project and to make this project bankable. Because if it's project bankable, if risk is understandable, it is much easier now to attract private money for this project.
So I suppose if we introduce into our discussion Mr. Ellis, that together we can find some solution for the easier access. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Ellis?
Yes, I mean, I think in terms of the World Bank, most of our loans are backed by a sovereign guarantee. So, you know, we're lending at the government level. But having said that, we do have projects that support SMEs. So there is grant or concessional finance available to SMEs. And as Dimitri was saying, we also support municipalities, where you know, some of these funds can be granted. Basically, you know, the government will take out the loan, but the funds can be sent down as a grant to the municipal level. And I think, just to reiterate one of the points again that Dimitri was making, is that one of the key things in this is getting good projects. My sense is actually there's a lot of money around, but what we lack is actually good projects. And so if we have resources to do feasibility studies, to do design, to do all of this sort of thing, then I think the funds can be made available even for people with poor credit history.
I would like to interrupt you just for a second. This is true. We have access to large funds. But the problem is that in the developing countries and countries that came out of the Eastern Bloc or ex-socialist countries, there is not many experts who are good in writing the projects. How can this be overcome in the future?
If you're asking me, I mean, one of the real shame about all of this is you have many good experts, but just a lot of them aren't still in Serbia. That's the problem. You know, they're with international
or in the region.
Or in the region. You know, they're with international consulting companies around the world. But when you look at some of the big growth markets for Serbia and for the region, it's in professional services. And I think this is an area where really much more can be done to train people, to retain people, and to really grow what we can do on professional services. And I think a lot of this also means that, you know, us as infrastructure financiers we need to demand that a lot of this technical work is done in country and in the region. And also the governments themselves need to invest more in the soft side of things, you know, in feasibility study and design in order to get good projects. But, you know, how we retain labor within the region, that's a bigger story. But you know, it's a big market and I think there's much that the region can benefit from it.
Thank you. Mr. Kupolo, how do you use both kinds of funds? How do you use, can you use in your business in the within your port? Can you use funds from the Black Sea Trade and Development Bank or from the World Bank, or you are completely focused on the private sector?
As you probably know, but I would like to reiterate that the Thessaloniki Port Authority since 2018 is privatized and belongs for the 67% to the international pool of entrepreneurs, whilst the Hellenic government keep a minority share, controlling share, and the rest is left to floating market. So in a way, we have already assessing the market of the facility, financial facilities. On the other hand, we took also the commitment to invest more than 260 millions in the next 5 years, thanks to the business plan approved by the board of directors and by the shareholder that will see Thessaloniki as a gateway for the Balkans and beyond, into the Central Europe, to be resurrected in this important role. Because, and then of course, coming back to your questions, we are openly interested in evaluating all possible sources of financing. Well, knowing that this is a commitment that comes from our private investors, that they are willing to invest, and we will evaluate openly all the possible sources of financing.
That's very interesting. My role as moderator on this panel is to say a couple of things regarding the regional development. First of all, I would like to underline that there was an initiative 2019 to make so-called small Schengen between Western Balkan countries. So the countries that are not still member of the European community can benefit from connectivity because the connectivity issues were really horrible during the past decades, since if one would travel from, let's say, Germany to Turkey, he would pass 7 different borders within a couple of hours. The goods and the capital and people were having big problems logistically just to travel from very, very close and very connected places in the past. So after the Little Schengen initiative, which were signed by Republic of Serbia, Republic of Albania, and the Republic of Northern Macedonia, and bilateral agreements between Republic of Serbia and Republic of Turkey and Bosnia and Herzegovina, I think we made some progress within the Berlin process to connect people, goods, and services a little bit closer within the region. How can we all do you think that the focus should remain on the infrastructural projects? Should Danube, Rhine-Main, Danube, Black Sea, North Sea connectivity, or the highways from Thessaloniki to, let's say, via Belgrade through Sarajevo, Podgorica, and then further on, or on the as our minister said, on the train facilities? Is this the focus in the next period, or you have any other ideas where we should invest in? Question for all.
Yeah, if I may, I volunteer to be the first.
please.
So from a connectivity point of view, it's clear that the most sensible, the most reliable and environmentally sustainable way of transportation in order to connect territories, countries, and to extend the hinterlands is from Southern Europe into, so from the Balkans into the Balkans and towards the Central Europe. Why? Because the majority of the cargo moves from the Southern Hemisphere, connects to the Southern Hemisphere from the Northern Hemisphere and vice versa. So as a Mediterranean, as the word says itself, we are in the middle. So by intercepting this huge flow of cargo, which serves millions, 100 millions of consumers, of inhabitants into Balkans, into Central Europe, it is logical. It is clear from a financial as well as from a logistics and from an environmental point of view that the best way of serving these customers is by serving from the south of the Europe, thence from the Balkans. And what is the most logical, the most sustainable way of supporting this population, this huge demand, is definitely the railway sector. The railway is the center and is pivotal for all the investments in the future which the European community will be focusing on. Along the pan-European corridors, it will be developing the whole future of the economical sustainability of our countries. So yes, railway is definitely the solution from south to north rather than from north to south, because clearly, if the cargo is coming from the southern hemisphere, being Far East or Middle East, and transiting the Mediterranean to then go to Northern Europe, then connect down through the rail, through the tracks, or through river flows, it is an extended transit time for the cargo. It is time and cost consuming, and is of course environmentally not sustainable because it's increase the consumption of CO2. For this reason, we believe that the plans put in place by the European community to invest on the pan-European corridor, to use the pan-European corridor as the major line of connectivity into and out Europe, represent the best solution from an environmental, from an economical, as well as from a strategic point of view for the whole economy of the Balkans and Europe. Because by reducing the transit time, by developing more efficient way of transportations, and even more cheaper way of transportation, can only benefit those countries and those populations living within those boundaries, and ultimately the economic development of those areas. Because the gateways, as well as the connectivity, as well as the infrastructure, are crucial in deciding about the competitiveness of our goods, both in exports as well as in imports. So this is going to be an important strategic element for the future development.
Thank you very much. Mr. Ellis, what is your opinion on the subject?
Well, I agree with much of what's been said, that you know, we need to invest in infrastructure, and clearly there is a need to shift cargo and people from roads onto rail and water. And if you look at the moment, over 90% of everything is going by road. And if you look at the problems that you were explaining, we calculate that every year trucks wait at borders in the region for about 3,000 years. The collective amount of time that they all spend waiting is 3,000 years. So we have to do a lot in terms of improving that connectivity. Much has been done. The mini Schengen, as you talk about, also the green lanes that have been introduced through the COVID pandemic, that all helps. But I also feel that we need to do a lot on the soft side, you know, on the reform. Because at the end of the day, in Serbia, for example, the railways were carrying much greater proportion of the traffic 20 years ago than they are today. And, you know, part of that is infrastructure. You know, train speeds are slow, but a lot of it is also the market. You know, are they actually attracting cargo? Are they attracting people onto the railways? So we have to think about that. the whole issue of green is something that is going to become increasingly, as already been mentioned, we have to really think about how we can green the connectivity. And that also suggests that we have to move towards rail, we have to move towards water-based modes, and we need to find alternative fuels for the road. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pankin. How do you see, since I'm addressing you from Serbia, I have to ask, Black Sea Trade and Development Bank, does it have a representative office in Belgrade? How can we access your services from here?
You see, thank you, Aaron. Unfortunately, I think Serbia, this is the only one country in this environment, is not a member of our bank. That's why for us, there is some problem to work in Serbia. And for example, we are looking some potentially interesting project like South Stream gas pipeline from South Stream to Serbia, some railways, potentially interesting projects, some, for example, participation. We had some requests from Turkish company that this company was interested in participating in a road project in Serbia. But in that case, we cannot work in Serbia because Serbia is not a member of Black Sea Trade and Development Bank. This is unfortunately, this is reality. But again, continue previous discussion. It was very interesting to hear opinion of my colleagues. But as an economist, I think first, before spending money and creating railways, of course, that is important. But first, to see is it possible to resolve problem without spending a lot of money? And my feeling that it's possible, and it is not physical lack of road. It's not if I see kilometers of track at the border between Turkey and Bulgaria, and again, if I am going, and one time I went from Belgrade to Sarajevo, it was again huge, many kilometers track in the border between Serbia and Bosnia. Reason is not a lack of physical road or bridges too small. Problem is again some problem this kind of documentation and agreement between border. Sometimes this is a political games. So first of all, I think it's necessary to resolve this type of problem, and it's possible to spend much less money and to have much more effect if it will be possible resolve this type of cross-border administrative and political problems.
But your experience as a deputy of the Russian Minister of Finance, and you have very interesting experience in the Russian government. How did you connect to the regions that were problematic due to history issues?
You mean this kind of problem that different region has different history background, some political tension between different region? You mean this area? You see, again, now we have in our bank, we have such country like Russia and Ukraine, for example. We have Armenia and Azerbaijan in our country. And again, this is reality. We are living with this political tension 100 years in our environment. And again, our proposal and what we are just now trying to find, maybe a small project, not create one big project like it was discussion motorway around all Black Sea. Okay, very nice, very good project in the maybe sometimes in the future, but take reality. Now this type of project that will link with one motorway, Bulgaria, Ukraine, Russia, Turkey, Greece. It's I don't think that it will be realistic. It's necessary to start with small project and to start kind of common work with a country with totally different political situation, totally different historical approach. And only one way in our case to survive is to start maybe to discuss, to understand a small real economic project and to have some kind of small step of economic success.
Thank you very much. Mr. Ellis, World Bank has many programs and are trying to make a legal framework more accessible to the business in Serbia, especially, I suppose, in the region also. What are your key projects for the upcoming period, especially due to this Corona situation?
Well, we have a number of projects that we've got in the pipeline, some of which were in the pipeline before coronavirus. Some of them have changed with coronavirus. So one of the elements that we're doing across the region and in fact across the world are emergency health projects, basically providing ventilators, emergency equipment, improving exactly. And then we're also now looking at how we can support with vaccines and delivering vaccines once they become available, so that everybody has an equal opportunity to benefit from that. So that's on the health side. On the more infrastructure connectivity side, what we see is that there is a need for a quick recovery. A lot of countries, a lot of companies, a lot of municipalities have really suffered from this coronavirus. They've seen revenues plummet, and they really need to recover. So one of the things we're looking at, for example, in Serbia, is a local infrastructure project where we're looking to work with municipalities to improve connectivity, to improve waste management, and quickly get projects on the ground. We've got a railway project coming up, which is supporting some of the soft elements of, there's some infrastructure, but a lot of what we're doing is focusing on, strengthening the institution itself. And of course, we have a project on, trade and transport facilitation, which addresses some of these issues of improving border crossings. And as is said, a lot of that is not physical. It's purely regulatory, legal, political. And so we help try and set up a platform of regional partners to address those. So those are just a few examples.
Thank you very much. Mr. Kupolo, what do you think the one should choose Piraeus port comparing to, let's say, I don't know, Trieste, Kopar, Zadar, Split, or Bar? Why do you see that Piraeus port should be gateway for the Western Balkans?
Well, Mr. Pasanovic, let me clarify that I'm here representing Thessaloniki Port Authority in Thessaloniki. So there's nothing to do with Piraeus. Although I think, allow me to say that I don't think, no problem. I don't think that is, let me emphasize that this is not particularly, I released this statement not because I think we are competitive, we are in competition with the Piraeus. I think we can play a complementary role because the amount of cargo, the amount of volumes we are talking about in order to deliver this important strategic role as a gateway for the Balkans and for the Central Europe cannot only be fulfilled by Thessaloniki itself. It needs a system of ports, primarily Greek ports. So we're looking also at interestingly with privatization of other Greek ports. We don't think we are competing against Piraeus simply because we deliver a completely different footprint in terms of supply chain and logistics. We are an independent player in the market of the gateway ports and logistics railway. As a matter of fact, by this week, we have already announced the establishment and incorporation of the Thessaloniki Port Authority, Bulgaria, which is our first international footprint into this market. And the first trains to connect Sofia will be leaving from Thessaloniki and coming back to Thessaloniki with exports within the month of November. So we are independent, as mentioned. we don't belong to any large shipping conglomerate like it is in Piraeus with COSCO. And we believe that the real point of gateway for this cargo, for this market, is Thessaloniki rather than any other port, because we are independent and we can offer multiple choice to the customers willing to ship the cargo. So the competition really is not between us and Piraeus or Rijeka and Trieste. I think within the Mediterranean, we can all play a complementary role and sustain each other in this important, huge quest in shifting the supply chain from traditionally being serving those markets, including Balkans, from Northern European port range to the Southern European port of range, because it shortened the transit time for the goods by at least 10 days rather than 12 days, because it reduces the cost of transportation, because it reduces the emission in CO2, by simply following the European strategy to connect through the pan-European corridor by railway these markets. This is undoubtedly a huge benefit for the economies of those countries. So in this important role in claiming back part of the supply chain of the volumes that are now being served through the North European range of ports, which, allow me to say and emphasize, they are more and more congested. They are gonna more and more representing an issue for the efficiency of the supply chain, because as some of our esteemed colleagues in this panel has clearly also emphasized the complicacies, the bureaucracy, which is in a way limiting or creating obstacles to the free circulation of people and goods. The only way to solve this issue, because tracking and road is going to be an issue also in the next years, because there is a scarcity of drivers and the cost of transporting the goods by a truck can only increase and not decrease. It's by shifting the supply chain to the railway, reducing the transit time, by then addressing the important issue of the environment and the important issue of making the goods of the European markets more competitive. So gaining this competitive advantage that we had time ago that we have lost because of the international competition. I think we can still regain a role. We can help together in shifting a substantial part of the supply chain from the North European range ports to the Southern European range port. And in this, Thessaloniki Port Authority is going to play a pivotal role because we are privatized. So we have a dynamic and commercial and economic approach to the problematic of the cargo. And we are committed in investing in infrastructure, both in terms of ports as well as in terms of railway. The Bulgarian penetration is just the first step of our strategy that will see us involved more and more in the rest of the Balkan countries. Because especially in this period of COVID, the importance of having an efficient supply chain is even more remarkable than in the past.
I have only one question. In the past, we had type of ships operating in the Black Sea that could enter the Danube and move the goods from, I don't know, let's say Constanza, for instance, to the Northern Sea. Is there within the plan to connect Thessaloniki port to that kind of transportation?
Thank you for the question. Yes, we are committed in connecting Thessaloniki to the wider range of the pan-European corridor that along Bulgaria, Romania, and we hope soon to connect also Serbia, which is in our plans. Because we really think that the natural, one of the natural gateways for Serbia, that is right now a landlocked country from an ocean and from a sea point of view, it is Thessaloniki. Thessaloniki is 1 day away from southern Serbia, is 1.5 days away from Belgrade. So why not making the possibility of Thessaloniki serving such an important market as it is Serbia, which is a market that nowadays it's accountable for more than 100,000 TEUs. And we are certain, because the economical statistics are showing that that the economy of Serbia can only improve, can only develop. But in order to support this development, to increment this development, you need an efficient connectivity network, which is to say better transit times, better costs in terms of being cheaper, and more sustainable from an environmental point of view. Yes, the first steps of our strategy are to connect Bulgaria, as we are doing, as we are delivering, Serbia, Romania, North Macedonia, of course, and then Central up to North Europe. Because thanks to the pan-European corridors, in 2 days we can be in Austria. In 2.5 days, in 3 days, we can be in South Germany. So, and all the economies of all the countries being connected along this important network, they can only benefit from such an efficient network that we are committed in pursuing along the strategic objectives of the European community and of the countries which are also developing, because also Serbia is developing quite fast along this concept of connectivity. We believe that this is going to be the key of success for the economies of these countries in the next year. So yes, Thessaloniki as a gateway, not only for the Balkans, but for the rest of Central Europe, is going to play a role. We want to be in support of the economies. Allow me to remember that between Thessaloniki and Serbia, there is a long-lasting relationship, economical and social relationships that
and historical
countries and historical.
Zeytin Lake is the part of Thessaloniki now.
Yes, absolutely. And we want to revive these stronger ties. This September, our Ministry of Tourism in Greece has announced the conclusion of an important touristic agreement with your government. And I think that we should pursue along these lines, because definitely for Serbia and the possibility for Thessaloniki to represent for Serbia the logical and natural gateway can only be creating additional development, sustainable development for the Serbian economy.
Thank you very much. Mr. Pankin, do you find interest in financing such connectivity problems in this time?
You see, of course, this type of project, maritime connection, is very interesting. We are looking several now proposals, some ferry trip between Turkey, Bulgaria, Turkey, Romania. Again, I could agree with Franco that connectivity between Thessaloniki and Varna and possible Serbia, Belgrade will be very interesting to finance this type of project. But I would like maybe to stress one other advantage for bank to finance this project, because you see now one of biggest challenge for international financial institutions, this is a climate issue, climate change, and we are trying to put target as a CO2 reduction as a kind of our target for our portfolio. And that's why to have in our portfolio project like in shipping industry that will substantially reduce emission if I go from trucks to shipping or to railway, this type of project could be looked as a climate friendly project and could succeed could lead to this emission reduction and kind of climate change goal. And for development institution, this is very important activity now. That's why I'm very supportive for this type of project.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ellis. What do you think is your focus in the future, especially after the COVID crisis, going to be on the infrastructure projects, or what do you think can help the region enter the European trends faster than they're doing so far?
Well, I think like the other speakers, we see the green agenda as something extremely important for the region. You know, now that the EU has talked about this EU Green Deal, that's going to have significant implications for clean energy, for the transport sector, and for many other sectors. And it's not just a question of green, it's also a question of trade, because it's likely that the European Union eventually will implement carbon border taxes on all countries that are not producing things in the same green way as the European Union. So that's something that countries have to think about. And particularly on connectivity, it's going to be a tough job because, you know, as we're talking, we want to see growing economies, and with growing economies, we normally see increasing demand for transport. And at the moment, most of that transport is done by diesel-based vehicles, whether it be by road or by train. And you know, that's if demand goes up, then CO2 emissions also go up. So we really have to think about a different way. We really have to promote this modal shift to the railways, to the waterways. That's absolutely key. But more than that, we also need to think about, you know, linkages with you know, our energy colleagues and e-mobility. Serbia has potential lithium deposits, so potentially there's a big, you know, business there in terms of this new way of transport in the future. So these are going to be the challenges going forward, but also potentially interesting opportunities.
Batteries to the future, the future with batteries. I would like to thank you very much on your very interesting, very professional approach to this panel. If you have anything to conclude on, please do it within a minute. We can start by Mr. Pankin, after which I'm going to conclude today's session. Mr. Pankin, 1 minute for the conclusion. Thank you. You're muted. I'm sorry. Can you unmute yourself?
Thank you very much. We have, I think, very lovely session. And again, as a conclusion, my feeling, what I would like to say, so our target will be next year, for the next maybe 2-3 years, to spend another 700 million euro on infrastructure project in our region. So this will be in our screen as a priority. And secondly, we have initiative for next year to start our own technical assistance fund and to spend part of our profit in order to establish this type of fund to help municipal authority, regional authority to create a new project and to start this type of activity. Thank you again.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kupola.
Yes, thank you. I'd like to thank you for having given us the opportunity to introduce our mission, our vision, and our commitment in serving the market of the Balkans and primarily Serbia as being the natural gateway as a Thessaloniki Port Authority of this market. We are committed in investing 263 million to give the possibility to and the contribution to a sustainable development of the economies. Sustainable development can only come through shifting from truck to rail and to motorways. This is clear. We are committed in delivering this, in creating innovative product, in investing in innovation and digitalization of the processes, because this is an important element in order to again improve the competitiveness of the cargo and of the exporters and importers located in Balkans and in Central Europe. And we will definitely be willing to establish stronger ties with the Balkans, with Serbia in the first place in the months to come, resurrecting this important role that Thessaloniki Port Authority has always had towards and at the service of the Serbian economy. So thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you very much for joining us. And Mr. Ellis.
I would just like to thank the organisers of the forum for an excellent job again, and for you for chairing a very interactive session. It was very nice to have all of these questions going backwards and forwards. As far as the World Bank is concerned, our focus going forward will be supporting the countries of the region with a green, resilient recovery, helping them build back better, and with a real focus on, the jobs and growth of the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I would like to thank to my speakers and to our viewers. And I would like to call you to stay tuned and tomorrow for the second day of the 20th Belgrade Economical Forum. And I would finish today's panel with positive thoughts, and I hope that the COVID crisis is soon to be finished, and that our connectivity issues are going to stay in the past. We're going to be much more connected and stay connected. Thank you very much, and good night.